Just a little bit upwards. There we go. Hello, chat. Maybe. I don't know yet. The YouTube thing is flickering, which means that there's a possibility they can hear us. I don't know yet. Fuck. Arch of the future. Where's it coming from? Possibility. There it is. All right. He's gone now. He can't hurt you anymore.
Late and gay.
The arch of the future or the past is not real, and he can't hurt you.
I mean, the arch of the present, it sure as shit can hurt me.
That is true. That is actually true. Speaking of, we do...
I'm learning the hard way.
We do have more Lumi art. Was this one from last week?
What?
Oh my fucking god. Is this one of Wimpus's?
Yes.
Wimpus! Really?
I believe he, I think he produced some stuff. Ah, yes, there we go. A nice World War I throwback there. Or two, actually. Yeah, this is World War II.
God damn.
It was quite common back then for the Lums to inspect the troops' feet in the trenches. Signs of trench foot.
Oh my god.
And sometimes, of course, they'd also have to, provide medical aid on the fly.
God fucking.
Oh my god.
It's a whole thing.
And of course,
there for
B is
moral
there
support.
too. Why, Lumi? Why are you like? It's not my fault. Why couldn't he show some of the cool AI art that him and others made? And no, it just has to be this.
I can show some of the cool AI art Boog made of you.
No, not that. No, not that AI art.
Ooh, now I want to see.
But yeah, we have plenty of Lumi art, as always. And if we get 20 yellow supers, I'll have her voice act part of the Harlequin comic.
You don't want to trick or treat.
I don't think anybody wants to, but, we're throwing it out there to see what happens.
I mean, based off how well you voice acted the selling feet article from a couple weeks ago, I think this one will be pretty good for you too.
Definitely. Definitely.
Trick or treat. Can I sell your feet?
We are down a Canadian today, because Dev is like, no, Dev must lock himself in closet and flagellate himself, and I agreed. Oh, self-flagellation? I thought you would like that, Lum, a gore whore and everything.
No. I don't care about devs. I don't care. Trick or treat.
I wonder if Dev whips
Dev,
himself.
so the bars.
Does like blood pipple out or like Cheeto powder?
I feel like it's a mix of both. He's like half and half.
Lum, when you bite someone, do you prefer the blood to be sugary, sweet, or normal?
I like the metal taste.
There you go. Blood tastes really nice for about like 5 minutes, and then you're like, wow, I'm feeling sick now.
Fire is the answer.
I mean, you just gotta take it in doses.
Apparently. So, Chad, $50 reward donation for no Dev. Thank you. That's right, chat. If you don't want to see Dev, then you better make this like the best stream ever. We're gonna need like 1,000 likes, really high concurrence, lots of donations. It's all on you, chat. I've given you what you wanted.
Can I sell your feet?
Hi, Abyssal, I see you.
I need to reduce the frequency of Lum's "Can I smell your feet?" dono alert. It's like all the time now.
Service guarantees citizenship.
I mean, I'm sure you have plenty of other audio ammo in the chamber for you to use, huh?
Quite possibly. I'm working on a reward animation for chat now where, okay, according to Disco's description here, where I will fire Lum out of my ass, I guess. I'm not sure.
What? Hold on. That That's the description that Disco was telling me about.
Yeah, Disco is working on something that I don't approve of necessarily, but
What the fuck?
it's what happens when you give women free reins. You just go like, hey, make an animation. And she's like, okay.
What is
No,
I'm
Disco, stop.
scared. I'm so scared.
As you should be.
Disco, stop. No.
Harris, question. Fire is the answer.
I hate it.
Such is life. Such is life, chat. Don't worry, we'll make some alternative animations as well for all of you. Don't know quite yet what yet, but we'll work on something. We'll have many things for you to choose from. Mal, who is our guest today, by the way, you already know Mal, so we don't even introduce her anymore. She just exists now. Just a fixture.
This exists to suffer. It's fine.
In essence, yes. Has expressed interest in a pony Sona, so that's in the works.
I did not. No, that's not what happened.
That's very much so what happened.
No.
Oh,
He
so
was
he's
showing off his porn, and I was just like, okay, that's cooler. I like how the hair's been done, trying to be like, okay, why are you showing me your weird porn, but still trying to be nice, right? And he's just like, oh, I'm gonna commission a pony Sona for you, and I was just like, oh, okay. And 5 minutes later, he's like, it's been said, and I was just like, oh, okay, well, apparently that's gonna exist now.
You expressed interest in ponies.
Yeah,
He can't force a pony Sona upon me because I already had one.
Exactly. This is not at all what happened. Amalgamyte, honestly, I would love to commission him too. I've been wanting to get more art like that. I'll take that as an invite. Pony Sona.
No, you're saying that he only does ponies. So I was like, that's a shame that he only does ponies because I like how it was done because I really like the hair. But okay, fine,
Again,
whatever.
you expressed interest. That was your own fault.
Yep, that's definitely
Fair,
your
it's
fault.
fair. It's always my fault. What?
Plus,
I can't think for more than 5 seconds.
Arch Pony is lonely.
Hat.
Ian Moon, money for lack of dev. $100. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, so duty, I might be very poor at the moment, but here's my last months for the no dev fund. He scrapes up the last $10 he owns. Is like, here, please, no Canadian. I will not eat this week, but at least I will have raked the leaves.
I mean, the relationship with Canada and the US is over anyway, so might as well just cut it off completely.
Maybe we're gonna. There's a couple of things. There's the primary topic of the day, if we ever fucking get to it. Pyrotechnics for $50 too. My liege, Overlord, Raising Hell. Praise goofy alternative Pikmin game. Goofy alternative Pikmin game.
I don't know.
What? I'm confused now. But good praise Pikmin? Pikmin good? Pikmin good. But the primary topic of today will be masculinity, because I think it is an interesting one that deserves a bit of an expanding upon. And it was a good reason to get Mal and Lum to watch Adolescence as well.
I hated every moment of it.
I have 5 pages worth of screaming to go over.
Mal is also one of many individuals across the world that has been cursed by being raised in writing in cursive instead of understandable letters.
Cursive is a refined and a wonderful writing style. Thank you very much. It's a lost art at this point, and I like to keep it alive until I die.
I feel your pain. I too write in cursive, and I can barely understand myself, so this is perfectly fine.
It's just a skill issue.
Now, I do love some of the things, because Canada has been trying to, like, show strength recently, to demonstrate that they can totally take on the Americans if they need to. And this includes demonstrating that they do indeed possess radio equipment. Thank God.
Wow.
The highly modern Canadian Army does indeed have radios, which, to be fair, does put them above the Russian Army. Okay? You may mock the fact that Canada is bragging about having basic handheld fucking radios, but the Russians still don't. So, you know. Take it for what it is.
So the bars in hell got it.
They also celebrate official Happy International Francophonie Day.
Fuck is that?
The celebration of French Day?
I think it's just for the Quebec people, right? Like, just because it's the only place where actually French is spoken there.
The Francophonie, or Francophone world, is the whole body of people and organizations around the world who use the French language regularly for private or public purposes. So yes, it's the Canadian military celebrating France Day. Which make you much too sensier, in my opinion. Canada's not doing a fantastic job of demonstrating their capabilities of standing up to the United States so far. And I think maybe they'd be better off if they just stopped for a bit, but details. Ah, of course. I knew I was going to come across some of this if I just kept scrolling for a bit. Canadian women had to fight barriers in order to serve their country, even more to fully integrate and serve in the army where their skills were needed. We thank those who take on that fight and those that continue to carry the torch.
I mean, their skills as a human meat shield? Okay, cool.
No.
Nice to know.
They fulfill a valuable purpose in any military organization throughout human history. Officer's mattress.
Okay, your words just blurred together for a hot second, so it took me a minute. But yes, that's true. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Here we have some of the women of the Canadian Armed Forces. This one is wielding a camera.
Can we just, like, not have women in the military? Like, that would solve, I feel like, a good chunk of the military's problems, is just remove all the women completely.
Nope. That's not an option. And the second woman is holding a radio whilst being guarded by the man with the gun.
Wait, is that a man with a gun? That looks like another woman with a gun.
I don't know. It could be a they/them with a gun, but
I mean, I can see the hair strand on her cheek, so I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be another woman. Just how short she is too.
There's like shades of like mustache there. I
think that's just shadow in general.
No, I think that's mustache.
That's a woman, Arch.
That's not a woman, Lum Lum.
That's a woman, Arch.
It's not a woman, Lum Lum.
I mean, they might be militarized, but that's a woman.
That's not a woman, Lum Lum. I refuse this designation.
That's a woman, Arch.
I refuse and I reject it.
Okay. It's okay to be wrong every once in a while, Arch.
He's wrong almost most of the time.
Chat.
Don't tell him that. He'll get sad and then he'll just be like, me.
Fine. Well, ask chat. Man.
Well, see, that's a woman, Arch.
Woman. There you go, chat.
It's a woman.
That's not a woman.
Woman.
That's not a woman.
Woman.
That's a woman.
No way.
I mean, seeing that it is a woman, it probably is a they/them, to be fair, especially since they're in the military, but it's still a woman.
See, if it's a they/them, it doesn't qualify.
Doesn't qualify as either. You should have put a they them then.
Actually, that is actually a fine point, Lum. Man, woman.
Woman 1.
They them. There you go. That's a more accurate poll, I suppose. But this is not just a Canadian problem by any stretch of the imagination. This kind of will work itself into our wider topic today, in that there is no masculine spaces left. I mean, you'd think the army would probably be like the single most masculine space in virtually any society. It's literally where you spend 6 months to a year running around the forest pretending to shoot other people. That's the army. Oh my god, they have Black History Month in the Canadian Army.
Of course they do. It's Canada.
Why the fuck does the Canadian Army have Black History Month?
Because they're the definition of a cuct.
I suppose. But even then, even in the army, there needs to be more and more women, to the point where they are practically eclipsing everything else in that army. And like, I also do like, there was a time, when there was a little bit less of the competition against America. Like this one. Here you've got some guy, like, look at this motherfucker. This is a male. This is a identifiable male. Even this is an identifiable male. Now, he's wearing like an Italian-style beret, which is a little gay, but still. Are there any token females in this?
I think there.
No,
that's a man.
That's Beard. That's Beard.
No, that's a dude.
Yep, that's a man.
Yeah, these are the Special Reconnaissance Forces, so it's like, oh, suddenly they're all male. Weird. Those
are all men.
Odd, that. Fucking mysterious, frankly. Let's see, what does the chat say? Has the chat decided? They, them! I win.
Oh, fuck off.
You
said
win.
Man wholeheartedly.
I said man or they, them.
So it does. Oh, shut the fuck up, Arch. You said man. You're not gonna change your answer part way through. Stop being a baby.
I fucking win.
No, you don't.
No, not at all. There's a difference between a man and a they them, because they them is like 99% of the time a woman just trying to be a victim as per usual. So therefore, if it's they them, it's just by default a woman. So therefore, it's still a woman.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that at all, in fact. Okay, so, oh shit, I did miss some. Krieger, your superpower is being able to say the N-word. Scorn. It's not N. The N on my pony's flank does not stand for the N-word. It stands for Norwegian, you filthy shits. In fact, I even had a pony made of that. I am prepared. You can't outflank me with this one. It just ain't happening. I know you guys too well. But yes, to finally bring this back to the supposed topic. I guess we'll start. Lum, what did you think about Adolescence?
Boring. It's like they started so many like little plot lines, I guess, only to drop them after the episode was done. It's like, I get they're trying to go for, oh, this is how something like this affects this many people. It's like, okay, are you going to follow through on the story? No. We're just going to show it and then move on. It's like, oh, okay. The only part that I really enjoyed about it is the last episode when the family was just kind of trying to go back to normalcy. The dad had a very reasonable crash out, to be honest. Because a group of teenagers spray painted the word nonce onto his work vehicle. And so obviously he is being overprotective over his wife and his child. well, his other child. They go to the store. They are trying to find things to get it cleaned off. A dude at the store is like, hey, I recognize you. I support you, blah, blah, blah. He sees the group of teenagers who sprayed his car, followed them to the store. He confronts them. If it was America, I'm sure he would have beat the fuck out of them. But unfortunately, it's the UK, so he can't do shit about it. So it's like, that was justified, but I really hate where he's just like, oh, I should have done better. It's like, what could you have done? You literally were a good father. You did the best you could do. There was literally no way that you could change the outcome of what happened. The third episode is kind of bullshit, because it was it was supposed to be a therapy session, but it seems like the type of therapy where it seems like they're trying to bait him to say shit. And shouldn't he have his guardian ad litem with him as well? Especially since he's talking about, like, you know, parts of the case. I don't know.
So, I definitely didn't think it was boring for me. I thought it was a very good piece of media, lying its fucking ass off, true, but a very good piece of media. Like the shooting, like everything is like almost everything is on one long continuous shot. Like technically, that is some brilliant fucking shit. Like they're right there. As for the father, like who couldn't have done anything, I think he could. I think that was kind of what they missed out on. That the father could actually have taught Jamie what it is to be a man, what masculinity is. And what triggered me the most about the final episode, which is indeed a great episode, like the emotions of the father, the acting there is fucking amazing. He sells it so well. But the part where the mother turns to him and goes like, I was a good mom, even after like he's been going on for 10 minutes how he feels inadequate as a father, and her only feedback is, I was a good mother.
Yeah. And it's like, I understand like how he feels like he could have done more, because he works nights. My dad, like ever since I was a kid, always did 16 to 18 hour shifts. So I hardly ever got to see him. But he's working hard to, you know, give his family the resources that they need. He probably thinks he could have done better to spend more time with his children. Because you've seen since it was like his birthday, he wanted to do stuff with his daughter. And she's basically like, oh, where's this coming from suddenly? He's like, I just want to spend time with you and your mom.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's just a realization of, okay, I need to be there for my family more.
Amalgamyte, what did you think? Oh, actually, hold on. Silence, woman. We have a man speaking. Actually, I'm assuming your gender. I apologize. Povilas Zemitias for another 100. Jesus Christ. Okay, Dev is never coming back, I guess. Oh, hey, Arch, did you hear about that M88 Hercules armored vehicle that with 4 US soldiers inside drowned 5 meters deep in a Lithuanian swamp during a training exercise this week? Dominion 6 Fund. I did not.
Huh. I'll look up the article for that.
Now, a Hercules, that's an engineering vehicle, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's in a swamp. Okay, so I'm thinking what probably happened here is, because the Hercules is an engineering vehicle, it's a recovery vehicle. It often does exercises in like terrain. It's like, okay, they get a tank to be stuck in mud or water, whatever, and their exercise, their training is then to actually try to retrieve the vehicle, which means that they are going to be operating in dangerous terrain. And yep, there's the article, that looks exactly like what happened. 4-source submerged armored vehicle. So, training exercise gone wrong. Looks like. Yes, there you go. That is precisely the kind of area they do this in as well. So you have like the central point there, the wet marshland, where they run something in and they basically get it stuck. And then it's sort of recovery vehicle's job to try and go and get it out. This is exactly the kind of exercises they do. And clearly something here went terribly wrong, and got dragged in, I guess, by the weight of the other vehicle, or they like fucked up and drove too close and just sunk in. Because that's the thing with boglands like these. We got quite a bit of this in Norway as well. It doesn't look deep, but they can be fucking deep. Like, you can just go whoop and you're gone. The Californian doesn't know what a bog is.
I know what a bog is. I have bogs in my area.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I had a cousin almost drowned in one. It's amusing at first, but then it's like, oh shit, we kind of got to get him out.
Lumlum's cousin is drowning in a bog. Lumlum is laughing.
Fire is the answer.
Well, it started out with just mud because this was before like a bunch of land development started happening in the area. We were four-wheeling and shit. And so it's like, you know, it's one of those things that just kind of happen.
It's one of those things that just happen. And it does, actually, unironically. This is why you don't let kids operate in areas where, there's stuff like this. It's bad for the children because they'll drown and die, which is, almost universally negative.
Well, that's just called a learning experience for the surviving children. You don't go four-wheeling in the bogs.
This is exactly why we used to invent, like, stupid fairy tales or monsters living in the bogs. It's to tell children to not go there, not drown.
Yeah.
But yeah, that sounds like a training exercise to me that went really, 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 really badly wrong. Was found submerged for only 15 feet under body water and mud in a boggy area. Yeah, they're dead. Right, slight side note aside, Amalgamyte, you may now tell us what you felt watching Adolescence.
Okay, so I'm gonna say something that's might be mildly controversial with this one. So in a vacuum, like let's say this was made like 25 years ago. There wasn't any mass immigration and, knife crime running rampant, no ninja swords need to be banned type of issue. This would actually be a good show. In my opinion, because it does do a decent job of actually like showing the different sides of what happens when a child does murder another child. And just especially with like what happens with him, the kid, his family, especially. Like I do agree that last episode is definitely a really good, minus the 5-minute discussion that they had, which pissed me off, but that's for different reasons. And stuff like that. So like in a vacuum like that, this would be a really good show because it does show the different side effects. Like the first episode's still pretty decent. I do have some notes about the first episode, like especially the fact that the main character of it, other than the fact that the kid that killed the other kid, the black cop, and the white woman, both basically being DEI hire coppers, but it's that's fine. And with that, so just seeing what their reaction with the school, because the school, especially, I guess that's more the second episode. Now that I realize it, was just showcasing how the school was ran, was very interesting because, especially coming from like my perspective, where I went to a Catholic school, I mean, we definitely had our issues, but it was nothing like the madhouse that school that they portrayed was. And just seeing how like the teachers can't handle the kids at all, constant phones, disrespect, just like there's a whole like the teachers don't care anymore. It just looked like just a containment camp for children just essentially suffer in that area. And I thought that was and even though I didn't have the experience when I went to school, I've heard multiple stories. I've also heard plenty of horror stories of public school in general. And so I thought it was a good honestly, it was a pretty good representation of what could possibly happen in a scenario like that. It's just with the context knowing that with how bad the mass immigration is, the illegals arriving on the boats and everything like that, the knife crime epidemic that they suppose that they have, thanks Starmer, with everything, it just falls on deaf ears because it makes it look like it's supposed to be a white man, incel problem. That's what they try to paint it as, and it's just not the case in reality. And so that's just the frustrating part.
Yeah, I would honestly largely agree, because technically speaking, it is shot in an excellent way. The pacing is excellent. The acting is amazing. Particularly Jamie as well. That is a child actor right there, and he does fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Especially the scene when he was having that struggle section in the 3rd episode. Holy crap.
Oh, yeah. And he really manages to send off at once a little bit of an innocent aura, and at the same time also a sort of menacing aura. I think his name was his name? I don't remember.
It is
right
Jamie.
Now. Is it Jamie? Well, but the actor. Jamie? What's his name?
Oh, the actor?
Yeah.
I don't know his name.
I mean, neither right now, but he does very, very well. Like, it's a good piece of media, but so was Triumph of the Will.
The actor for Jamie Miller's name is Owen Cooper.
Hey, Owen Cooper. Yeah, no, he did amazing. It's a fantastic piece of media. But again, we have other examples of that too.
Oh, that's cool. Adolescence is his first role that he's ever done.
Damn. That kid is going to do very well. Unless this fucking ruins him, that is.
I mean, seeing how popular it is from between either hate watching or the fact that they're trying to show it in Parliament, I mean, I think he's got a pretty long-standing career as long as he doesn't, do the whole Hollywood child actor thing and go off the deep end. So...
Yeah, or if he simply gets turned into a tool of propaganda, basically, and this is the only roles that he does, from now on, basically.
It looks like the next role that he's going to be doing is in a movie called Wuthering Heights.
Oh, that's based off a book.
Yeah, it's a book written in 1847.
Wuthering Heights. Huh, this is the rare... Oh, no, there... I was about to say, an old book that I haven't heard of? Ah, it's fucking disgusting femme romance shit. Oh, terrible. I can tell just from the first image. No, this is Outlander slop. No, reject.
Are you gonna at least watch it so you can say, "Oh, this is art certified slop"?
No, it's Outlander slop. I don't like it. It's bad. And hey, don't get me wrong, I can appreciate Outlander slop as well, because this is basically just a reverse harem TV show for women. That's what this is. A harem anime isekai for women, where all of the hunky men fall immediately in love with the middle-aged English nurse. I get it. I understand. But I'm the wrong gender, and so I hate it. Simple.
Never watched it, so I can't judge.
That is good.
I haven't seen most of movies and TV shows, so I live under a rock.
That is not good. But we can all then basically agree that it's a pretty good piece of media of some excellent performances. The problem is then the subcontext of all of this, and the original allegation on social media was that he was race swapped for the was this the Southport stabbing? I've lost fucking track.
It's not the Southport stabbing. This is different. I know they've had so many over there, but no, this is not the Southport stabbing. This is a completely different one from 2023. Just another typical urban youth that kills somebody. Though this time it wasn't actually a white victim; it was another black girl. But it's still another urban youth
the
stabbing,
bus stop stabbing
another child.
Yeah, that's the Crawford one. Because the creators did say that it's not based on a real story, which actually isn't true, because the creators themselves also say that they based it on a tale of hearing about a stabbing. They mentioned 3 stabbing. Nothing is further from truth. There's no part of this that's based on a true story, which is a lie, because they specifically mentioned that it's based on them hearing. There you go. There was an incident where a young boy allegedly stabbed a girl. It shocked me. I was thinking, what's going on? So they're lying. Just actually unironically lying. It is so to say that crime is only committed by black boys. Of course, duh. But 2/3 of knife crime in London is committed by minorities. And to then, in that context, with 2 famous stabbings done by black boys, go, oh hey, we just happened to pick a white boy. But go on, Mal, I interrupted you.
Yeah. No, you're fine. It's just it's just really fucking frustrating. Because like out of all the times to essentially that they I guess blackwash all these characters, especially with the amount of British TV shows, like how they ruined Doctor Who. They had the whole like Anne Boleyn TV show as well, the Cleopatra thing. Like they every single time they get a chance, they try to insert a black actor into something. But as soon as it would actually be basically accurate in my eyes, of course they put a white boy in there instead, and try to make it. And they didn't, honestly, I'll give the show credit. They didn't really try to harp on the whole wasn't masculinity thing too much, and they kind of did almost make a case that he wasn't right to actually murder Katie the girl, but they did basically say that Katie was the bullying instigator as well with it. So it wasn't all that terrible in those contexts, but still knowing the fact once again that almost all of these knife crimes are by people of the rest of the world, and not actually ethnically British kids that's happening is just infuriating. This show would have been perfectly fine 25 years ago, like I said, before things really got bad. Thank you, Tony Blair. But now it's the year of our Lord 2025. It's just not the case. Like I know Callum posts the statistics all the time on Twitter, but like London's like 36% white and ethnically British there. Like it's ridiculous how bad it's gotten in London alone, and that's not even including the other cities that are in England. Like this is very specifically a foreigner problem to be a little bit more safe on the safe side with things, and they decide to depict it as a white boy. Innocent, like, well, not innocent because he's the murderer, but he's still like a 13-year-old white boy. Like, come on, there's obviously on purpose, and now Parliament's trying to show this as a way to help basically censor the internet even more. And it's just another tactic by them, and they're going to take this and run, and that's the frustrating part. It's not the knives, it's not incels, it's not the white boys, it's the mass immigration problem that they've been constantly happening for over 20 years now, and they don't want to actually address it because they want to actually just import their voters. But they don't realize that they keep on letting this happen, they will be overrun by I think it's like 2040, something like that. Somewhere in there that then London, England would be majority Muslim. Like then you're gonna have your own problem there. But they don't care about the future. They care about the short-term wealth gains that they get from importing everybody. And it's just it just pisses me off so much with this, because okay, I'm not actually British myself, but I do desperately care about Britain because I enjoy its culture, actual ethnic British culture, I should say. I do have some family there that I'm not really close to, but still, I wanted to move there when I was a kid. Like it's something very dear to me, even though I am a Yankee myself. But and then seeing how it's just been slowly degrading over these decades, it's just something that just constantly just makes me so sad and pisses me off so much. And then I have to remind myself that I'm grateful that I'm American. I don't have these issues, but we also still have our own issues with mass immigration too. But like it's nowhere near as bad as like what Starmer's trying to do. I mean, come on, banning ninja swords. Really? And with the ninja swords, what, they're not going to use bats or hammers or their own fists instead? Do I need to show you how many school fights that occur? Like, come on. All of this is just ridiculous. Anyway, sorry. I kind of went off.
They are indeed banning ninja swords in England. I'm surprised they weren't banned in some form before, honestly. Because England has banned basically every edged object you can imagine. There was the famous one where they showed off like captured weaponry, and there was a potato peeler in there.
Oh yeah, they also arrested recently a man who had essentially it was just a letter opener of the Master Sword. It's like 8 inches long, and it's a tiny little thin thing, and it's the Master Sword from the Legend of Zelda. And if you unsheath it, then it does look like the actual sword. I don't know how sharp it is, but it does look like a regular letter opener. And don't get me wrong, you can slice somebody with it, but you're not gonna be able to kill a man with that twig. But they arrested him over the Master Sword. He just carried it around in his pocket.
Oh yeah, and like there's a lot of tales like this. I'll bring up a few ones here, because there are many reasonable ones, and then there's less reasonable ones. Let's see if I can find the Master Sword one. Ah, yeah, there we go.
I can...
Zelda Master Sword man gets 4 months prison time for this right here. The ruler for scale.
Is. It's the size of a dick. Like, come on, it's not that big. Like,
you've been very unfortunate in your choice of boyfriends in your life.
I mean, it's 8 inches long, so it's actually pretty decent for a size of a dick, but like lengthwise, but not widthwise.
So this is illegal in the United Kingdom. Is it even metallic? Because it kind of looks like almost like, I don't know, plastic. What is it? No, all again was just for carrying a 6-inch Zelda Master Sword replica in public. Police bought him, arrested him, and he's sentenced for more prison time. 200 £. So he was okay. I just want to point out, this man right here was given a prison sentence equivalent to 1/3 of raping a 12-year-old girl. Okay? This carrying the Master Sword replica in public is an equivalent crime to 1/3 of gang raping a 12-year-old, according to Europe today. Ah, yes, there we go. We looked at this on the Arch and Not Sargon the other day, where he was sentenced, one of the people who had done it, was sentenced to 15 months probation and £670 in damages. So, I mean, actually, 4 months prison time, there's a harsher punishment for carrying the Master Sword in public than there is for raping a 12-year-old girl, because the Master Sword carries a prison sentence with it.
You know, this is weird. This is the second time I have heard someone getting arrested over a Master Sword. It's weird it has happened twice. Here's this one from 2014.
I mean, at least that one looks like a sword. Let's see. Man stabbed with Legend of Zelda Master Sword in serious condition. Like that's actually a sword.
I mean, he also got stabbed, so it's a little bit more reasonable.
Fiberglass
blade. For the Master Sword, though.
Okay, so it's probably homemade if it's fiberglass. Now, fiberglass actually really sucks to stab someone with because that shit breaks off in the wound. Not good.
Yeah, that's a reasonable reason to be arrested for and thrown in jail because you actually stabbed a man.
Yes.
Like, that makes sense. Not a letter opener that we just saw.
Well, it's the UK. You really think they'll let you carry anything?
Well, if you're a white man, definitely not, but they're not actually going to solve the problem with the rest of them. And not to mention, like, even they do ban the ninja swords and everything like that. Like, technically knives are illegal. That's why they have these arrests that like happen from time to time. And the knife crime still happens because they don't care. Like, knives are an effective way to kill somebody. And when you're part of a gang and you have guns, because at least guns are actually really hard to get in Britain, and they also make a lot more noise, then they're still going to use knives because they're actually pretty easy to get. So you need kitchen knives just to work in the kitchen. Like they're pretty hot commodity. You can't just straight up fully ban knives across the board. But they at least try. And then the people who do care about the law will follow it, but they're not the ones actually doing the snapping with it. So it's nothing's going to actually be solved. It doesn't actually solve the actual issue at hand, which is the foreigners doing the knife crime.
Well, the knife crime thing. So this is like one of the arrests. This one's also been quite commonly cited because there is a spoon in there. Just some of this shit makes sense. Like, you've got like actually, like, you stab someone with this, they're probably gonna fucking die. All right, that's a weapon. That's also a kitchen knife, but it's also a weapon. The spoon, the letter opener, the fucking bread carving, like these fucking porcelain things that would snap the moment you stab someone with it. It's a mix of, like, there's a fucking, what's this, a barbecue spear? And this also kind of indicates another problem. You can probably do damage with that, but... Well, that's the thing. It doesn't have to be a knife. If you sharpen a barbecue spear, that's a lethal weapon. If you sharpen a fucking toothbrush enough, it's a lethal weapon.
This could be a lethal weapon. I mean, anything can work.
Yeah, because, like, taking some of this off the street it makes sense. But half of this shit is just weeb shit anyways, or collectibles. But that is the problem, of course. Why are knives an issue in modern Britain? It isn't because the knives themselves exist, obviously. It's because now, in the current climate of Britain, people figure that they can use them as weapons. There isn't some dude buying an 18th century officer sword because he's like, I'm gonna go on a wild rampage with this. No. A kid gets a hold of it and like, well, I guess I can go bully the other kids at the schoolyard now. There was even a report from a while ago where a kid was arrested for carrying a sword to defend himself because he was routinely jumped by like 14 other kids who beat him up and stole his money. Like, okay, in that case, maybe the sword is the answer.
You know, I'm waiting for, like, Renaissance fairs to be completely outlawed because there's a chance of weapons being there.
Yep.
I mean, it's definitely possible. Because
all of this, again, kind of boils down to the same problem. And I don't even think it's necessarily immigration. I'm going to take the anti-Amalgamyte stance on this one. Because part of it obviously is, when you flood your country with people who do not share your values, obviously there will be conflict. And a part of that conflict is going to be reflected in increased street violence, as these various cultures with very different opinions, very different values, etc., begin clashing with one another. It is very rare that you can have brutally different societies coexist together. But even more so, in the case of, like, Adolescence point, is the fact that we don't know what masculinity is. And that is also what's leading to the mass immigration, that we've all fallen prey to toxic emancipation is the word that my brain wants me to use right now, and partially correct. Empathy, yes. Where everything now must be empathy for the outsider, and the outsider is as far outside of us as possible. It must be people from another nation that we feel empathy for. And so we flood our nations with these people, which then leads to massive rises in violence, because you now have drastically different cultures rubbing up against each other constantly. And this isn't like even like America. America's a beautiful example of this, right? America had a great deal of like early racism against immigrants like Irish people. I love my anti-Irish propaganda from the olden days. But at least then they were all Westerners. They all shared largely the same beliefs, and they could get along relatively well. Although even then, there was large outbreaks of violence. The fucking mafia, for example. The creation of, Irish-only neighborhoods and so on, Even when you bring over people who live close by, you see this. And now we're importing literally everybody, and we're shocked when violence breaks out. But Arch, you forgot to mention the most dangerous weapon of all, the dreaded spork. Stabby, stabby, scoop, scoop. That's true. I do still love that they give you plastic utensils on airplanes. Like, back in the day, you could bring knives on airplanes and nobody would stop you. Now it's like, no, you can't bring anything sharp. You might be able to damage people. Listen, I can kill a stewardess with a spork if I really wanted to. I'm not going to. I'm not going to try. But don't give people sporks then, goddammit. Just make them eat with their fucking fingers. Let's make this into a bit of a humiliation ritual.
I mean, the thing is, mine is a humiliation ritual. I'll let you have fun with that. I mean, you're not, like, wrong, exactly. With the whole, with everything, like, I do agree that it is the masculinity issue, the lack of it, but you also still have to, like, pinpoint the fact that why do we have the lack of masculinity? Well, it's because a lot of it is subversion that's been occurring within the Western world for actually decades, like literally decades has been occurring. And feminism was like one of the best tools that they used it by propping up women into the positions that they are, making men weaker through women, and using women's empathy and emotions into politics to get us in this place. And that's why part of the reason why we have so much mass immigration is because that has been blood pervading our culture. But that wasn't the case, like 50, 60, 70 years ago, and it should never be the case. It is pure subversion to make the West weaker that this occurred, and now we're in the state that we are in now. Now, of course, how do we fix this is a different issue in itself, but it is, you're correct, but at the same time there's also still more at hand, and until we actually get that fixed with the subversion, then it's never actually going to be truly solved.
Yep, that is correct as well. Like, the subversion was feminism and femininity. And more accurately, again, liberalism, which fully embraced the message of femininity and diversity, etc., etc. Mm-hmm. As liberalism has no innate defense against this subversion. Now, what'd you say? Go on.
No. It's just this communism basically just used the weakness of liberalism against itself. That's it. And the communism will never go away now. Like, now that it's been, Marx created it, lovely, it exists. It will always still exist for the rest of time. We actually just need to actively fight against it. And McCarthy did not go far enough with it. And until we actually realize this is one of the greatest evils of our times, by using this suicide empathy against us, and trying to believe this fantasy that everybody's equal and all this other crap, because it's not. No, you're not. I'm not even equal with myself on a different day. I'm nowhere near equal to anybody in chat for different things. Until we can get this false premise of equality out of our fucking heads, and the West actually raises its standards and brings its own culture back and its values back, and try and somehow change liberalism. The thing is, my biggest issue is I don't know what the good replacement for liberalism would be, actually, because liberalism is a death of itself, thanks to the communist subversion that does exist. And until we can fix either liberalism or replace it with a better system, we're going to constantly have this issue. But that takes people that are smarter than I and with more motivation than I that actually know what they're doing to figure that out. And I just don't know how to do that. And until that gets solved, and there's so many issues to solve, that's the thing, but they all stem from the same fountain, essentially. And it's just, all we can do is just sit here and scream and hope that it makes a difference and try to vote into the right direction.
Let's see. Now, you said this is the worst thing ever. Actually, I'm going to show the worst thing ever very, very soon.
Is it what Disco's making?
Yeah, because we've got the 20, but the answer, of course, is service that guarantees citizenship.
Arch, start reading super chats before they disappear. Otherwise, you'll start whining.
It's too late for that, Lum Lum. We've reached
start
the
reading
20,
the ones that are up there.
Which means we got to do Harlequin. But first, we have to unleash Disco's new abomination upon chat.
But I don't want to.
I understand, because
no!
it's looking like it could be pretty bad, but
Make it stop.
I need to find a way to fit this better onto screen. I've got to do a whole thing with this at some point. Right, I hope you're prepared, chat. It's a minute long. Gird your loins.
The table was designed to help women give birth easily, and it's based on a patent filed in 1963. First, the pregnant woman is strapped onto the table, lying on her back. When labor begins, the table spins at a calculated speed, theoretically using centrifugal force to assist in delivering the baby. The table's speed can reach up to 8G, which is equivalent to forces experienced by pilots during high-speed maneuvers in fighter jets. The speed of rotation is adjusted dynamically depending on the mother's progress and the baby's position. This force is intended to assist the uterus in pushing the baby out naturally by supplementing the mother's own efforts. At the base of the rotating table, a soft, cushioned receptacle or net is installed to catch the baby safely once it is expelled. The receptacle is designed to absorb the impact and gently cradle the newborn, preventing any injuries.
Well, it's okay. Well, that's fine then.
I hate it.
Well, there we go. Good job, Disco.
So what is this? Is it gonna be used for, Arch?
This will be used as reward/punishment for chat reaching goals. We're gonna need to make more of these. Look, chat is very excited.
Oh my god.
Oh,
So, Arch, how would you rate that pregnancy of 1 out of 10?
Dangerous. Feet too large. Lum Lum's feet are larger than mine.
Surprised you didn't need a C-section then.
If you did, she'd probably just walk out on her own at that point.
I hate it.
Well, don't worry, Lum
Where's the
Lum.
umbilical cord connected to?
There is no umbilical cord. It's a Lum Lum. It's just it's a parasitic organism, I'm assuming. And also,
Would she lick the blood off the feet?
oh god, don't say that, because I just got sent a bunch of gory Lum Lum art and feet. I don't.
Gore art, completely fine.
Not this art, no.
Oh.
Not this art, no. All right, Lum Lum, we have some quotes from Harlequin for you.
But I don't want to.
Starting, I think, with this one here. This one's good.
But I don't want to.
This is not about what you want, Lum Lum. It's about what chat has earned.
But this is gonna be a sound redeem.
Maybe, but honestly,
Based.
there's worse ones than these, so don't worry.
I hate it here. I hope you're not expecting a good Harley Quinn impression. Because I'm god fucking awful.
Guaranteed
Okay.
citizenship.
Do I have to do the first part?
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to. I'm embarrassed. Ugh. Nothing in the chamber. Let me order some chili from Moe's Diner, and I'll be blowing butt kisses all day.
Very good.
I'm gonna kill him.
Don't kill yourself yet, Lum. We've got more.
No!
This one next.
God damn it. How am I supposed to get any thieving done like this? My bubble guts keep giving me away.
Okay, and for the final entry,
Oh no.
starting from the top.
Ugh. I got the toots, the bubbles, and the Brussels sprout blues. The squeakers, the cheesers, the green apple nasties. There's a duck in my pants and he's angry. I just ripped a big Barda.
Mm-hmm.
There's a canary in my coal mine. My sphincter is a 5.3 on the Richter scale. You know, the thunder from down under. I'm serving up a Rudy Tooty fresh and fruity breakfast. With extra eggs, I need to clean up on aisle me. What is Arch? I hate that this fetish comic is real and canon.
There you go, chat. You have been richly rewarded today.
They've been rewarded. I've been tormented.
That is the way of the world. That is how it should be.
I feel bad for Plastic Man. Look at the poor lad.
Oh, you shouldn't feel bad for Plastic Man. He likes it. In fact, he offers thereafter to become her full-body adult diaper.
Okay, never mind. Fuck him.
What the fuck?
Yep. Plastic Man is not worthy of your kindness, your love, or your pity. He's a filthy, dirty, degenerate freak.
What the fuck?
Woohoo! Welcome to Smellville, am I right?
You know, I was hungry. I'm not hungry anymore.
That's good. This can be part of your diet. I'll send you the full comic afterwards.
God damn it. I know Boog already sent me the entire thing.
Oh, God help me. Boog was eating. Well, he's not anymore.
Hi, Boog.
Right. Now that we've had our amusements, the question okay, to return to the serious nature of it all, the immigration thing is, of course, a big problem. I found this one I find to be nice and funny. Congolese migrant dubbed poster boy for integration, jailed in Germany for raping his own mother.
So this is just Chris Chan in another shade.
I suppose so. Yes. And I can't help but having a vivid picture in my image of that nose there flaring in excitement. His mother pinned down on the floor. No, mijo.
You don't need to go into detail. You know that, Arch.
No, he will. No matter how much we ask him not to, he'll just keep going.
Yeah, but I mean, look at how wide it is. Droplets of sweat would be running down his brow, forming on his nose and flying off into the room as he hammers his mom.
If it's long enough, it might be a second dick. He could probably use it as being as wide enough.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes down on his mom too, that thing could be a dangerous device.
You ignorant slut.
But this then is this is a part of the immigrant problem. Because I would have downplayed a little bit, because I don't think that these people are in any way necessarily like this. Norway has had great success with integration. I firmly believe in the ability to integrate basically anyone to our vastly superior culture. But it must be done slowly, with great intent and clarity. It cannot simply be we throw open our doors and accept every human being that manages to swim here. It's not how it works. Because if this guy is the poster boy for integration, we have a problem. Like, if this is the best candidate that Germany can bring forth, we have a problem.
I mean, there was the guy from a couple months ago with the Munich car attack. Was it the Munich car attack, I think? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It was around that time period. But basically, there was another, typical car attack in Germany, or around the time that Vance went and visited there, and they tried to paint him as like this. He was like Afghan or what? Not Afghan. Well, maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to. It's been a couple months. Sorry, but basically they're like, oh, look at him. He wears jeans and he had his own business, and he had friends and all this other amazing stuff. Like he nobody would ever thought that he would do something like this. But then he goes and rams a car into a bunch of children. And it's like, okay, well, that's cool. That's cool. Glad he was integrated correctly,
Well, that is a case of incorrect integration, because we allowed him to retain a part of his culture, the part that sees cars accelerate into crowds of people. In essence, for integration to be done properly, we have to basically crush every part of their previous self. Simple as. All of their previous likes and dislikes need to be removed. Honestly, we need to remove their religion as well. Like, Islam is not an okay religion in the West. And if it is to be an okay religion in the West, it must be our own liberalized, pussified version of Islam. It must be the, oh no, Islam is a choice. God doesn't need you to wear the burqa, but if you want to on weekends, that's okay. Basically, just the Christianization of Islam. And it's also important to keep them from balkanizing as well. This was a problem we had in Norway, where we created the first Norwegian ghetto, in essence, which was created by immigrants in Oslo. It's called Greenland. Let me show you what a Norwegian ghetto looks like. Feel free to make noise whilst I'm Googling.
I was gonna say, while you're pulling that up, I'm gonna have to politely disagree a little bit on that. I mean, you can probably get some people through to integrate, and it does take a heavy forced hand, and you do have to destroy everything basically from the original culture in there. But when it comes to the case of Islam, it is basically made in a way to resist in any way, shape, or form to actually assimilate within our culture. It's simply just not compatible with the West. There's no real Christianization of it, and it's not gonna, if it does happen, it's not gonna be happening anytime soon. It would actually take us admitting in the West that it's not actually compatible and doing active propaganda efforts to defang it as much as possible. But even then, it's still gonna be quite the arduous journey to do so, and it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. There's so much damage has been done over the past few decades just by letting these people in. And it's just best to keep them out. Keep the Middle East for the Muslims. They have their countries. They can stay there. Keep Germany for the Germans. England for the English. Just keep that. That's just the best way forward. We can be friends. We can have our trade deals and just be normal countries working together. But when it comes to it, it's just best to leave these countries alone with their own people and their cultures instead of trying to force everybody to become this melting pot conglomerate that's just a hot mess.
Well, firstly, England for the Norwegians. Secondly, yes, this is the Norwegian ghetto, Grönland, where we gathered up all of our immigrants. It is the area of our country with the highest crime rates. During one particular period, 100% of all the rapes in Oslo, our capital, was committed in Grönland by immigrants. They had a monopoly on sexual assault. And this is what happens with balkanization. When you allow them to all gather up in one place, you cannot eradicate their culture. They will simply keep it. Because if you are born and raised in a certain culture, you will naturally seek to exist in that way because it is culturally comfortable to you. If an American moves to England, they'd probably at first be American. They'd probably seek out other Americans, American clubs, etc. Because it's comfortable. It's something you know. Immigrants do the same thing. But when you then have cultures that are not compatible, and Islam, as you mentioned, Mal, is expressly a conqueror's religion, it doesn't work out very well. And so our solution was to take the immigrants and go like, no, you're going to northern Norway. And if they don't freeze to death, they eventually integrate. This has also seen a drastic spike in the suicide numbers amongst immigrants, but, well, break a few eggs and all that.
It does not import them at all.
That is also an alternative, and I've missed more things, haven't I? Goddammit. Reverend Norse, Arch, you are halfway civilized. You would understand most of Swedish. I highly recommend the book Den mjuka staten. The soft state, feminisering av samhället och dess konsekvenser. The soft state, the feminization of society and its consequences by Erik Olsen. I probably would enjoy that, yes, because that's basically exactly what I'm on about now, yeah. And Krieger, for 50, thank you. I would like to see a story about the kingdom of Benin. Does it show them black people as flawless saints? No. But I guarantee any Warhammer player in the theater will be shouting, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Scorn. Oh yeah, there were plenty of funny little African communities that basically built walls out of skulls. There was also the Dahomey Amazons, which are absolutely fascinating. The Dahomey Amazons had a little execution ritual where enemies of the emperor, or the king, I think it was, would be tossed off a balcony into screaming hordes of Dahomey Amazons in training, whereupon they would literally tear the prisoner to pieces with their bare hands. Because women. I look over and I see Lum has become small. I think this means goal has been reached.
Yes, the goal has been reached.
Small Lum.
I have lost.
Small. On head this time and not in womb. Good. Africa has a lot of relatively savage cultures. A lot of savage fucking cultures. There was the funny tale of one Dahomey Amazon in retirement as well, who was beating up her husbands and drinking all day. That too was kind of funny.
Hey, Arch.
Yes, Lum Lum.
Read the super chats, Arch.
God damn it. Hey, Lum Lum, they haven't disappeared yet. Yay. I should go through a few of them before they do, though. Lord of Possum, hi. Can an Eldar Wraith Lord be corrupted by Nurgle? I don't think so. Oh, man, are you watching television in the background?
Am I? No. I know my cat just meowed. Hello, Miss Coco. I love you.
No, it's definitely not your cat. Hang on mine. Does she walk away with her television in the back? There you go. Do you have a TV on in the background?
No, I have my computer on.
Service guarantees citizenship.
You have speakers?
I told you I have terrible audio issues. Do you want me to put the other filter back on so I sound weird again?
It sounded like people were talking behind you.
No? Are you imagining things?
Have you ever tried to exercise your house? Like, do you know if there's...
I mean, I don't think there's anything going on, but once again, I'm in a closet with vents above my head, so if you hear any boom, 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 I apologize in advance.
Yeah, that was an event.
What if I... There we go. How does that sound?
Oh, that's fine. I'm just saying that your house is haunted.
I mean, probably. I don't know.
Don't listen.
I just don't want to sound like shit.
Don't listen back to your own streams. You won't be able to live in your house anymore if you do.
I don't like to listen to my voice in general, so you know, I avoid it anyways.
But to answer the question, I don't think Wraith Knight could be corrupted by Nurgle because it had to corrupt the Spirit Stone. I think the Spirit Stone just blows up rather than being corrupted. Lord of Possum. Also, can you do a video on Wraith Lords in the future? I think they are cool looking. They are cool looking, and I should. I'll think about it. I'll bear it in mind. See if I can remember it. You are so fucking haunted. It's not even funny.
Okay, fine. I'll put that filter. I don't know what's you hear.
You are so fucking haunted. I don't.
Okay, chat. Do you actually hear voices? Because like there's no. I'm not around anybody. I'm in a closet.
Yeah, there's.
Have you tried putting a voice gate up?
Have you tried putting a fucking crucifix up?
Okay, I turned the other what the fuck was all these? Yes, chat, no, chat, fuck you.
No, chat hears it too. There's fucking demon babbling in the background.
I turned another filter on. I turned the filter on that reduces the reverb sound that you told me to turn off before that we started because apparently I sound weird, and so I turned it back on. So hopefully that sounds better. And I don't know what else to do because I don't know how to fix audio. Okay, I'm terrible.
The voices of
I
the
need
fucking
a man.
damned.
We're halfway through a stream, or I don't know. And you're just now saying something?
No, it just recently started. It wasn't doing this before. So I guess the entity has just entered your room now.
It's probably the vents, but I didn't hear them pick on.
Oh, that's no fucking vent.
So I guess if I'm dead in a ditch, chat, I guess you know why. So, you know, if V's in my vents. Oh god, V's in my vents. I'm definitely fucked.
You heard it too, right, Lum Lum?
It sounded like a man.
Yes, it did.
And also, the Romanian won't kill you. He'll just steal your money every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And he's the troll under the bridge, so... I don't know.
Right, well, the demon voices have subsided for the time being.
I don't know.
God, okay, I'm gonna have to commission another artwork of that now. It's the vents! M2M art. I don't know how you found them all, but I'm glad you did, and I'm glad you featured her a fourth night ago. Good woman have the gift of inspiring men. Yeah, like the voices in her fucking house.
Is my dad? Well, no, my dad shouldn't be home. He's supposed to be with his girlfriend. I don't know what's going on.
Ah, even better. There's nobody else in my house. Yeah, run, Mel. Fucking run now.
I'm scared.
If there's a scream and then silence, we'll know what happened.
Yep.
We don't know how to send the police to you, but I'm sure someone will eventually find your body.
God, can you imagine that news article? Young woman found fucking shredded in closet.
See, that would be kinky if in the right context, but well, I guess if it's a demon, it is the right context. So I guess I won't complain too much.
Boog, remember, Chad, dev free is not free. Pay your dues. Yes, pay the Giza to keep the communist away. The Rails Nartax, no dev reward. Also, I tried out Schedule 1, which someone recommended a prize stream. It's actually really good and probably fits as a stream game. Also, why do you think Kaiserbunk is meh? You just look meh. Well, sometimes I look at a game and go like, meh. That's my entire thing. Zontar, 2 for Lum Lum. Play Red Faction Guerrilla Fund. Yeah, Lum Lum, play Red Faction Guerrilla.
I don't know what that is. Is that another autism game?
Nope, it's a first-person shooter. It's good, actually.
Okay, I'll put it on my wish list and eventually get it.
Krieger, Arch, ask Amalgamyte what she thinks of J.D. Vance. Amalgamyte, what do you think of J.D. Vance?
I think he's really hot and sexy and really cool and amazing. And he's a politician, so I didn't trust him. But then he looks at me with his pretty blue eyes and his strong speech. And I like how the fact that he put Europe in his place a couple of months ago, and he keeps on doing that and is really hot and sexy. And I hate the fact that he's a politician, but my God, too bad he's married to an Indian. But it's fine. Not that. Fuck you. The memes are funny, though.
Would you lick Jello from between J.D. Vance's toes?
No, I'm gonna pass on that. Unless we're married, but that's not gonna happen.
You were thinking too long. You don't want to say yes because otherwise Arch will use it against you. That was too long of a think. If you didn't want it, you'd say no right away.
Yeah. See, whenever I bring up feed with Lum Lum, there's usually an immediate visceral reaction. You were considering that.
I mean, it's JD Vance, so I'll be wanting to do a few things. But probably not that, though, because feet are gross.
If she'd want to slurp the Jello from between his toes like a Jello shot, absolutely disgusting.
That's
no, okay.
terrible.
Now do you actually describe it more? It's definitely a no.
What if his feet are hairy, Lum Lum? You'd taste his little hairs.
Ew, disgusting.
Tigerfish, hey Lum Lum, will you become small and get on Arch? Wording.
Oh, well, look at that.
Pyrotechnics, I'm sorry, Fish, but funny. That's true. It is funny to have Lum Lum make Harlequin quotes. Feel free to clip those and send me to, by the way, chat.
Cease.
Razorvin VT, hi Arch, Lum Lum, and Amal, what the fuck is this? Well, right now it's JD Vance, but I don't know what you were seeing at the time. It might have been terrifying. Lumi loves feet. Hello, Lum Lum. Hail Arch. Hi, Rest. I find it quite adorable that Lumi is trying to learn about Warhammer. Thought as a British culture creation. Thought as a British... And her. Though as a British cultural creation and her.
You ignorant slut. Did he have a stroke halfway through that? And next Warhammer Wednesday, so next Wednesday, Arch is gonna teach me about brats
Syntax.
and how you should breed and procreate with Skaven women.
Wait, I thought you scheduled that for the 2nd. Isn't the 2nd Tuesday?
It's next Wednesday.
It's Wednesday? But Wednesday, I have to teach Huni about streaming. God damn it. Double
Well, you didn't
books.
tell me this. What time? I could push it back to later in the evening.
Service
Lum
guaranteed
lum.
citizenship.
Schedules
What?
things without clarifications.
I told you what day. And then you're like, yeah, sure, play Victoria too. And I said, okay, sure.
I'll figure it out.
Just let me know what time you're doing stuff with Honey, and then I will plan Warhammer Wednesday for after you're done, okay?
Loyal jokes. I love suffering. Here's the yellow super chat. Good. The monetization of Lumnum's pain will continue. Another text in bull. Lum should play Dawn of War 1 and 2. No dev equals good stream.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Bogoslava, my Northman geld for no simple-minded northern leaf neighbor. Thank you. Lumi loves feet. A high society woman in England's capital. A it girl, if you will. I suppose this only makes sense for her to want to learn more about it. Lumicast.
I
Lum
despise it.
has long been known as a London it girl who sells her feet on
No.
OnlyFans
No!
because she's not rich or famous.
Shut up!
Mercedes one. Lumi, show Arch the Smash JT video. The door on US 8 alone is worth the look. Seriously, Arch, your door fetish will love it. It would make Dev mad.
Door fetish? The fuck he means door fetish?
I don't know.
Huh?
Although it does remind me of a thing.
Oh wait, hold on. Is this the door that looks like a fucking dick?
What?
I would like to
No,
see
like
the
the
penis
hand-
door.
The handles on the door looks like a dick, and then the lock on it makes it look like something is dripping out of it.
That's
Hold on,
weird.
give me a second.
Oh yeah, the USA thing. Oh yeah, the yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Because the only other door I remember is this one from Japanese television. Has nobody seen this? The man who ate the door handle?
Oh, the chocolate thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that one.
That was awesome. Japan has some great entertainment ideas, and he looks so pleased with himself when he realizes the door handle is chocolate.
There you go, Arch.
What the?
That is a penis. Why is it a penis?
Service
I feel like they did it on purpose. They had to do it on purpose.
Oh, no, I see it now. It's because they've locked the door, so there's a chain
Yep.
there with a padlock on it.
Yep.
That's why it looks like a cock now.
Yep.
I mean, that's still a suspiciously weird door handle, but I can kind of pass it off as like avant-garde bullshit. But yeah, the padlock there does not look good.
Yeah, I feel like they had to do that on purpose. It's too accurate.
Yeah, a bit too much. This reminds me. Have either of you ever heard of Hard Gay?
No,
No.
No? You haven't seen Hard Gay?
No.
no, we're not into that like you are.
God, you've missed a real cultural moment, you have.
I may be a Fujoshi, but I enjoy my fictional gay men.
That is tragic.
That is. I can't slur. Never mind.
Of course
That
you
is
can. I
tragic.
said I said the F word when I was describing Harry Sisson.
Oh, I get the bundle of 6 pass. Ooh. So let's demonetize arts. Let's go.
I'm saddened by the fact that you haven't heard of Hard Gay. He was everywhere on the internet when I was but a child.
Well, I'm sorry, we're not close to 50 years old, Arch.
Oh, Lum wants to read
Oh,
more
that's right. You're like
Harlequin, I
twice
see.
my age.
No, I don't. Shut the fuck up.
Abyssal, got to show my application for the lack of Canadian and the inclusion of Amal. Hi from the Discord, Amal.
Hi.
Milky, hey there, everyone. Hello. Domin, why does Lumi want us to smell her feet so much?
I don't.
One of the many mysteries of the
Listen to
galaxy.
her chat.
Stephen Knizek, I think no dev is not good enough, Arch. Needs to poach Lilith from dev as well. You want me to bring Lilith on? You know, Lilith and Amalgamyte would be kind of funny.
Oh no.
Yeah.
After the whole election stream, I think I consumed enough Lilith for the next couple years.
Yes, Lilith and Amalgamyte.
God. Oh no, don't do that. The chat was against having Lilith on. It was trying to also free Dev against Lilith.
And
You
now
know, that's how you're supposed to read it.
we shall bind Lilith to Amalgamyte.
Oh, no.
Arch, do you really want to get your channel demonetized?
Why? Lilith's a good
Heresy is
person.
question. Fire is the answer.
Arch,
Yeah.
I could already predict the amount of slurs that will probably come out of Amalgamite's mouth just out of pure nature.
Mal. Evil wench.
I have to stop myself from slurring on my own stream, okay? Like,
What is it, Miss
I'm a nice girl for other people because it's not my channel, not my stream. But I have nothing against Lilith personally, and I have nothing against trannies personally. But that's gonna be a mess. That's gonna be a mess.
Mercenaries in 1, I'm doing my part to keep Dev away. Upvote, peeps. That's right. If we don't hit 1,000 likes, Dev's coming back.
What a threat.
Boy, Hayton, the FCC is officially coming for Disney. Joy. That is joy. And it's going to take them 10 years to find anything, but that is joy. Rasmus 0211, I normally don't throw this much money, but Lumi's pain is worth it. The monetization of Lumi's discomfort is like one of the primary selling points of my channel.
I love that for you. Ugh.
Mechanics on duty, I might be a very poor moment, but here's my last month for the No Dev Fund Enclave. I remember reading this one, but I forgot about it. Skig, I am for Disco and against Dev. Dev is bearable with no guests, but no guests. But not guests and Dev, please. Mikey, so how's the fursuit coming along? You know, if I was ever to build a fursuit, it would be the best fursuit ever. Like, it would have little fans inside, repulsors could fly.
I suggest getting your suit Japanese made then. Theirs is better quality.
Everything's better quality over there.
I didn't know that, Lum. Thank you for the insight.
Mizi told me
How
about
do you
it.
know this?
Mizi told
Okay,
me.
that makes sense. Okay.
No, doesn't exist. Oh, no, it does. Oh, that's a little upsetting. Chat
What?
just mentioned furry Iron Man, so I had to Google it, and it does exist, and I'm a little upset by it. But yeah, for
Oh
how
my God.
suspiciously wealthy the furries are, I would really expect them to, like, make really crazy fursuits with, like, full-on mechanical insides and shit. You know, exoskeleton this bitch, goddammit. Bugaslava, come on everyone, pitch in. The Northman says if we give him money, he will not make us suffer. I'm sure if we give a lot, we will have peace. The Danageld. Immortaku, with no dev, who will be the government mouthpiece? All hail Curry.
You ignorant slut.
Well, Lum, you want to take on the position of governmental mouthpiece?
I already don't like talking politics if it's stuff I don't know about. And plus, I don't like the government.
God King Trump. I got 1,200 seatbelt fines this month, but I give my last 5 for no dev. Harsh curry. Well, next month, don't get fined twice and give me $2,000 instead. I'll let you keep the 400. Silver 42, even though he behaved himself and was very polite last time, Amal was on. Here is more Munman for the No Dev Fund. Cursive writing lives on.
Based.
Okay, that's a good segue to finally return to the point that we've been dancing around for a very long time now. I've come to the conclusion that trying to discuss philosophical matters on stream is fucking pointless because we wander all over the goddamn place and I just need to do this by myself. But
isn't that what the Stamford Bridge cast is for?
it is, and good little grill, Lum. Stamford M, good boy.
Boy.
Heresy's the question.
Boy.
Fire is the answer.
Because it like, okay, so finally, we talked about the immigration, we talked about
I saw
masculinity.
that.
And then we can bring both of them together in this brilliant little ads for the United Kingdom's Armed Service. Where the entire squad just needs to fucking stop whatever it is they're doing and wait for fucking Muhammad to have his prey. And the best part of this is, too, it's in the open. This fucking squad of soldiers are just chilling in the open. The rest aren't seeking cover. They're not digging in. They're not hiding. They just take a break from play acting war so that Muhammad can have a prayer. Everything needs to stop. A billion-dollar machinery, a maneuver that costs hundreds of millions of dollars to run, just needs to take a fucking chill for 10 minutes so Muhammad can pray.
Oh, they wasted the water too. Like,
this
to let
just
him
makes
clean
me
his
think.
face.
It's like, okay,
Sorry.
this just makes me think. Okay. And so when we were in conflict in the Middle East, why couldn't, like, any army coordinate attacks during prayer time? That while they're all praying, while they're not holding on to their guns, just take a little pot shot.
Well, they did, but here's the thing. They're all fucking hypocrites. They are all fucking hypocrites. So they simply just ignored it, and it's like, well, Allah will forgive me. And this is the ultimate expression, then, of that indoctrinated weakness that has been built into our society by feminism. You now have the United Kingdom's armed forces going like, well, army, be the best. Be the strongest you can be. We'll take 5 to wait for you to finish praying. This is not about being an army anymore. None of this is about being a military force capable of projecting the United Kingdom's remaining military power across the world. This is about feminism now. Everything has become feminism. Everything. Every strata of society is just feminist. And in that existence, obviously, the growing problem of men not knowing that they're men is inevitable. It is unavoidable. And even the problem of men not understanding that they are men, guess who the primary victim is of that? Come on. Guess who's the victim of that?
Women.
That is correct, Amalgamyte. You win a My Little Pony persona.
God fucking damn it.
As yes, we do indeed have articles. And this is back in 2019 to describe how long this is. Men have no friends, and women bear the burden.
Remember, chat. Woman most affected by literally everything.
Unironically, yes. Woman most affected by literally everything.
I have lost shit.
Toxic masculinity and the persistent idea that feelings are a female thing has left a generation of straight men stranded on emotionally stunted islands. Unable to forge intimate relationship with other men, it is women who are paying the price. And this is exactly the thing. Feelings aren't a female thing. Men have emotions too, but we communicate and express them in very different ways. And occasionally it can be nice. It can be nice to do the female thing. Occasionally it can be nice to do the what's the meme now? The guy crying after an older lady goes like, "You've had it hard in life." But by and large, just emotions, as in like episode 3 of Adolescence. That is not how that works. That is why the young boy is pacing around the room, clutching his head, infuriated and upset, and he doesn't even know why he's angry, because this woman is like, "What is being a man to you?" And the kid's like, I don't fucking know. I'm waiting for you to tell me, female.
What also didn't help in this case with these scenes too was just like, okay, might go on a mini rant here, but just like the kid basically just got into a fight like a week or two before the session happened and got his ass destroyed, and he's frail, he's weak, he's small, and he's I'm not saying murder's bad, but he's overwhelmed with guilt from what he did. And he misses his family, and she comes in here and she basically has a struggle session with him, and they actually at the beginning of the scene, they actually seem to have a decent relationship. She spent past 7 roughly months or something like that, or at least a long time, actually trying to develop a relationship with him and get close. And it's just a psychological trick at the end of the day, trying to get into his comfort zone, get close to him, try to find his true thoughts, true emotions, that type of deal, like women do. That is something women are good at. But then he at the same time, he's still 13, 14 years old. He's not dumb. He knows this is a trick, and she just insists constantly, "I'm not trying to trick you." But then meanwhile, she backs off for a second, tries to be normal and comfortable with him, and then she starts pressing him again for what's masculinity? How do you think of your dad? What do you mean your dad gets angry? All these different things like this, and that it is a trick. What she is doing is trying to trick him into being comfortable with her, to express his emotions and feelings with her, and he knows that, and he's just being just tripped up constantly by it. And then it gets even worse because he finally just kind of releases himself and just goes rambling on about his what happened, especially with the murder. And so finds out that she sent nudes to a dude, and the guy who received the news passed it on around and stuff like that. And so he said he half joked he was not going to get any more nudes and stuff. And then the shrink says, "Well, because she's dead," and he loses his shit over that, because he's like, "Why did you have to say it like that?" He's clearly guilty. He's emotionally unstable, and she keeps on pressing and pressing and pressing him and trying to get him to essentially lose his mind. Is what happened. Once again, the kid killed Katie. That's bad. But how the shrink went around this was just completely wrong for how to handle when it comes to one, a kid, and two, a teenage boy. The whole entire situation with it was so frustrating with how she was just handling the whole entire thing.
Well, it's because she wants him to be guilty. She wants an expression of guilt, in essence. That's why when he attempts to justify his action, which he does, and that is a coping mechanism. It's a defensive mechanism for the own ego. But she bullied me. She called me an incel, etc. And now you're basically calling me an incel, being what is a man? I can't define this. And she does this to get him to admit that it was wrong. And I can see the psychological reason for doing that, because if she needs to like create a psychological profile for the judge to see whether or not he's insane or criminally lacking in empathy, etc., that can be vital. But it all comes across as incredibly feminine. The way she uses nothing but soft power against him. She doesn't yell at him. She never stands up from her chair. She doesn't even get like the guy to come in and manhandle him until the end, where the guy comes in by himself to get Jem in control. It all feels stiflingly oppressive, and a perfect example of the feminized society that we have today. Lum, what do you think about the episode 3?
Well, like I said before, it seemed like she was trying to bait stuff out of him, just the way that she frames her questions. Because it's like, it almost seems like she's wearing him down to the point where he just trips over his own words. He says one thing, then he's like, I didn't mean to say it like that, stuff that. It's like, I get with the whole, like, oh, he's, like, you know, talk to him until he just accidentally slips the truth out, which is, like, you know, a way that a lot of people do get confessions out of others. But in things like that, that's like, you know, they'd throw out that confession because it wasn't overseen by a lawyer, his guardian ad litem, or anybody. Because we already know that the security cameras in that room do not capture audio at all. So I'm just thinking, was it right after this therapy session is when he's like, okay, I'm changing my plea? Because don't forget, he did say that to his dad, that he was going to change his plea to guilty.
That's true.
It seems like he was just ground into just saying that, okay, he was guilty.
I hadn't thought about that. That's a good observation, actually. And, well, that's the thing, too, because he is guilty. And I was really annoyed by the fact that they revealed that in episode 1 as well, and it's because, as the creator themselves said, this isn't a crime show, it's about boys being the problem, explicitly. But I feel like it would be such a better show if you were wondering throughout the show. But, that's just me.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Because then there'd be a little suspense, too. Like, did he really do it?
And it would make these scenes like episode 3 impact a lot stronger too. Especially seeing how much of a bitch that shrink was to him. Reasonably, but still.
It's just like, honestly, I think it would have been a better show overall, in my opinion, if they didn't even show him committing the crime and we didn't know, even through the end, just to see how accusations like that can impact everybody around, like, that child. The school, the community, the family, everything. That, I think it would have sent, you know, a better message of, like, I know that they're trying to go for this is, you know, young men's fault and toxic masculinity, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I think they could have framed it as, hey, this is what accusations can do and how they, you know, affect everybody.
That'd definitely be better off that way.
I would have liked to see more focus on the school.
Yeah.
Because the school, too, is this really weird feeling setting where, amongst other things, of course, all the kids are completely out of control. There's no respect for authority whatsoever there. But how do other kids deal with the trauma? Like, I would have liked to see more of Katie's friend, the black girl, who is clearly one of the most affected by this. I would have liked to see them delve into why Katie decided to bully Jamie and why she chose that particular thing to bully him with. Because that's kind of just ignored out there, as if for because it feels like it's only introduced to justify the cops' search for a motif. Because he's like, oh, if we don't have a motive, we can't convict him, and the motive is he was upset because Katie bullied him. Like, it feels like it was just done to fill a box. Whereas in reality, you could delve a lot deeper into this. Why is being called an incel, why is being called a virgin, basically, such a grand insult for men? It's probably because it touches upon something within masculinity, yet again. The idea that women should remain pure, like the old, a woman can sleep with one guy and be called a slut, a man can sleep with 100 and be called a champion, etc. That stuff. And that delves back down into how society differentiates between men and women, and also how they are expected to behave, on a larger societal plane. And the idea of being denied the affection of women forever, an incel forever, is like the worst insult that Katie could come up with. And the entire school then joined in on bullying Jamie.
The answer.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, that's another thing, because these are just passing comments during episode 3 with like her showing the Instagram posts and showing the messages that Katie sent him. And then she said that a lot of people liked her comment. It's like, could have also said that just calling a boy an incel or black pilled, red pilled, whatever, just how easy of a bully train that is. And that can ruin somebody's mental stability as well, especially if they get isolated, if their only other friends are other people that others describe as incels, stuff like that. But, I think it's too much of a nuanced take for people to want to be brave enough to touch upon. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I do agree. It's just that the thing is, that, unfortunately, that's just not the point of the show. It's not. It's the point of the show is not actually discussing bullying or the masculinity or anything like that. It's to basically shame white men for what they've done. It's purely a more feminist lens that they came across the thing. And it would be a much better show, because the thing is that it has the potential there. Like, I mean, it does, once again, go back 25 years ago or something like that. This would be a really decent show, and add in everything you're discussing, and definitely this would be a really good show. It's just that it's just not the lens that they put on there. They didn't do it, and they did that on purpose, and they're using it as a way to actually attack masculinity in a way. Even though they did make it clear that Katie was the one bullying him. And they did explain, like, why she was bullying him. And it's just not exactly a very good reason. I mean, okay, I don't know. I mean, there's really no good reason. But basically, he just saw her nudes, and so he went to apologize to her for that and ask her out. And then she rejected him out of embarrassment, and then started bullying him for that. And then they had, of course, then they had the whole session about how he purposely wanted to ask her out because he thought she was weak in that aspect. And that made me upset, going over that thing. But that's kind of going a little bit off topic there. So it's just how the show had so much potential, and how they handled it because of their own biases just ruined it, essentially.
Well, I don't know if that is off topic, actually, because it's an interesting point, how he talks about how he saw Katie, because the psychologist says, okay, did you like Katie? And he's defensive about it, because, no 13-year-old boy wants to say that they like a girl, but he obviously did. And he also saw her as you mentioned, weak. She'd had her nudes shed, and she was now also being bullied, and he figured, like, okay, maybe I've got a shot. Maybe if I now defend her in public, a white knight for her, and simp a little, then I'll get my girlfriend. It's kind of like how society's starting to become these days. I watched a clip. I think Lum, you saw this clip too, right? Big Tony, who had spent 35 grand on his favorite OnlyFans girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only to touch her hand.
Yeah, like, you have soft hands. I love that.
And don't forget, chat, for the low price of $10,000, you too can touch Arch's hand.
That's true, and I will look deep in your eyes and go like, my, you have soft hands.
And don't forget, you still have to pay for travel expenses.
Of course.
Arch is not going to deduct that out of the $10,000.
Obviously. But that idea of attempting to attract a mate, in essence, because he also mentions how he believes himself to be ugly, and he's seeking affirmation from the psychologist in this too. Now, it's not her job to provide affirmation. Of course, she's a psychologist. But he's obviously just seeking some sort of connection. And the annoying part is she gives affirmation earlier. She gives affirmation on previous times. She brings him snacks. It's like, I would never, give you the bad snacks. I wouldn't put tomatoes in your sandwich, etc. She acts friendly, but during this part, she refuses to go like, you're not ugly. Instead, she hammers in on that, suspecting that his feeling of inferiority is the reason why he killed Katie. So their point of view then is the male's problem, the man's stunted emotional growth, has caused the woman to be killed. Instead of asking, okay, why is this child emotionally stunted? Why does he believe that he is ugly and wouldn't be able to get a girl other than to find one during a moment of weakness?
It's like the kid is an absolutely amazing child actor. But if they wanted to sell the whole, he believes he is ugly and absolutely no one would want him, maybe they should have found maybe a little uglier child.
Lum 2025. Maybe they should have found an uglier child.
Yes, they should have found an uglier child. Because it's
okay, I'm glad you brought that up and not me. Okay.
Well, it's like he is an adorable child. He has like a bunch of freckles. Everyone loves freckles on a child.
If only Jamie had Lum and Amalgamyte along, I guess.
Well, okay, so okay. How do I word this and not have it used against me?
Very, very carefully.
I think maybe I'm just best not to say anything then. But yes, Lumi does have a point. There we go. But I mean,
okay,
other than
fine.
that,
Next time you use a morbidly obese kid. Be like, oh,
Yeah.
there are no girls that love me.
Well, even then he can lose the weight. But I feel like every teenager, especially that age, has to go everyone thinks they're ugly at that age because they are emotionally stunted. They're going through puberty. They're obviously the family unit has been destroyed for a long time now. There's constant problems and dramas with friends. And you're starting getting lonely. You want to expand. You want to get a girlfriend or a boyfriend, whatever the case is. I feel like most kids around that age and older and a little bit younger too think they're ugly. And it's just one of those cases where you just kind of either you grow out of it or you finally find that person who can actually affirm you and tell you that you're okay. And without especially in a case of not having a good family unit to help actually be in this case a strong masculine figure, which is what his father was supposed to be, or actually having a good mother, whatever the case is. And so it's just he just needs someone to tell him that he's okay, essentially.
Yeah, it's kind of exactly the point I made too. As the show says, all a kid needs to do to feel good about themselves is to have one thing that they're okay with. And the show didn't give Jamie any of that. He was never just a boy. He was either a criminal, a suspect, a cishet white male at school, etc. And finding affirmation like that sometimes can be easy. Sometimes it can be incredibly hard, as for Jamie. And the feeling of ugliness as well. Actually, never mind. You know what? I almost missed this. I almost missed this opportunity.
What?
Story time again.
Oh no.
Oh god.
It's a bit too early because I think I used this story last time Mal was on too, but it's too good to miss. Mal's point is, you just need to find somebody who can give you some affirmation. And when I was talking to Mal in DMs once, like, yeah, I broke up with my girlfriend 4 months ago. Mal's response was, maybe you should find somebody who actually likes you. And that was what started Arch down his Jamie path.
Arch, you're already so likable. What do you mean? Maybe it's the girl's problem. You're not the problem at all.
Lum is far better at this than you. But like that unironically then kind of swings back to the because they bring up the 80-20 rule in the show, right? That you know, all women are attracted to like 20% of men. Which in reality is even worse because they can the data they got from that was from a dating site where the women rated 80% of the men on the dating site to be below average. So it's not that they're attracted to the remaining 20. The remaining 20 are either average or then finally the top 5% that they're actually attracted to. So the dating market has narrowed a lot. And if you tell that to a kid, if that does become part of their existence, and things, it appears to be true, it appears to be an actual data point that exists, then they're going to start freaking out. Because then they're going to look at themselves and go like, well, I'm not in the top 10% at school or at home. I'm not a superstar. What is my value? Will I ever find someone? And then when the girl that you do like calls you a fucking virgin for life, yeah, that's plus 100 psychological damage right there.
And maybe okay, this is probably gonna sound bad, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Because I'm suicidal. But the thing is, I'm also using my own lived experience for this too. But when it comes to like at least how I view men, right? I do see just men as average. It's very rare that I actually see a man and I'm like, wow, he's actually attractive. It's usually like, you know, the Hollywood stars or something along those lines. Like I usually just see men as just men. It's not until they actually talk to me and, you know, make me laugh or, you know, I actually have a personality that something clicks in my mind and I think, oh, they're attractive. And I know obviously it's not all women, but I do feel like what men need to realize, and this is obviously what a man's supposed to be teaching their son, is that you need to actually have a personality. You do need to actually have some sort of skill, some sort of trick to impress a woman, and just actually do something that does make you stand out. Because men are more or go for women for attractiveness across the board, and then they go for personality. Versus women usually just go for what can men provide for them, and that's what they find, and then they go for attractiveness last. But if you do try to go for a woman who does care more about attractiveness, then you're going to be for a lost cause. But usually that woman's vain anyways. But it's not a woman's place to teach men how to be men, though. But it is, and something important that I feel like men should realize is that they do need something to make of themselves, whatever way, shape, or form. Because attractiveness is not all that really matters that much to women when it comes to actually like drop dead, you know, stunning handsomeness. You can just be normal and average, because that's the thing. Most people are normal and average. Like most women are normal and average. Like it's just that's why average exists. Like not everybody's a 10 out of 10, or else there wouldn't actually be just 10 out of 10s. So there needs to be actually something underneath that actually gives you some sort of edge over everybody else is just average. And this also does apply to women too. You can have the hottest girl in the world, but if she's a fucking awful bitch, can't cook, can't do anything, and is just whining all the time, now a certain time is going to wear on you too. So.
And this is actually correct. I must affirm a woman's position this once. I'll try not to make it happen again. But there is a lot of cases of this, as indeed there are differences between men and women, and one of the major ones is what we find attractive. Women do not view men in the same way that men view women. Men primarily look for looks first, and then, why the fuck did my brain say habitability there for a second? Personality after that. It's entirely true. And this is a fairly common thing as well. Lum, what's your opinion?
What, on how women see men?
Yeah, I mean, you'll probably go for shoe size first and foremost, but beyond that...
Shut the fuck up, Arch. It's like, okay, I will speak on, like, how I met Moose Man, my boyfriend. How we met, again, through Final Fantasy fucking 14 of all fucking places. So we met through mutual friend, obviously didn't know what each other looked like. We just ended up yapping in voice calls for hours upon hours. So his voice was the first thing that caught me. Then his personality, and then just like, yapping, getting to know each other. Then after a few months of talking, we, decided to just send base pictures of each other. And I was like, holy shit, he's really cute. And then, just still built on from what we had in common, what we enjoyed about each other, and then visited him, and now we live together.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just like, I don't know, I honestly like getting to know somebody first. I really don't care that much about how they look, especially during first impressions. But his attractive face and stuff was definitely a bonus.
Now, this is going to be impossible to answer properly, but do you think you would have found him as attractive without having spoken to him first?
Without spoken to him first?
Yeah, if you just saw the picture randomly and you'd no other reference point.
I'd been like, yeah, he's cute. I wouldn't been like, oh my god, I want him right now. Because again, like, if physical features aren't the number one thing that I look for, I would like to be able to stand at the person for more than 5 minutes. The looks are just a bonus.
Well, there you go. And this also, incidentally, is one of those weird things that is something that the men should teach other men and kids. And one of the things that about being a man is about the providing part. Because as a 13-year-old boy, you don't necessarily have that much to offer in the traditional male attractive way of, money, house, care for stuff, other than social status, jocks, being the football star, and so on. But this is also why men tend to date younger as they grow older, and women tend to go often the other way again, too. It's a weird form of materialistic thing, but at the end of the day, men kind of have to realize that if they're not popular in high school, that doesn't really necessarily matter, because in all due likelihood, they will have more success later on in life because they are more dependable, in essence, thereafter.
Oh, 100%. Like, my little opinion, my little stance, just from my observation, other than the typical phrase of men age like wine and women like milk, which is true, is I feel like this is once again my personal opinion from observation, is that like 25 years old is kind of like a make or break age for men. Obviously, hashtag not all. But basically, it's roughly around the time where they get out of college, or if they did trade school out in high school and out of high school, that's they can finally get their feet on the ground, or whatever the case is, and that's when they can decide in their life whether or not where they want to go. Do they still want to be the weed smoking party boy playing video games all day, or the opposite, fucking women constantly going to bars? Or are they actually going to make something with their life and use their degree or their trade or whatever the case is, and actually try to make something of themselves? that seems to be roughly around the age where men decide what they want to do. And then they spend the next, 5 to 10 years either building upon that or floundering around. And if they do decide to flounder around, it's still not a lost cause, because that's the great thing about men, is that they have so much potential. They can do so much. And so even if they decide to spend the next 5 years, smoking away in their parents' basement, by the time they hit 30, they still decide to turn their life around, they can't. And because women do usually like older men. And so, you can still be established by the time you turn 40. And it's just like men can do so much when they put their mind to it. Of course, society and the culture is against them every turn these days. And that's a huge issue at hand, and one that needs to be solved. But there's a lot more potential for men if they, get on the grind and do it. And of course, they still might fail, unfortunately. But they have a longer lifespan for what they can do to be something. And so obsessing over getting a girl in high school is not, that's kind of suicidal, because honestly, women don't usually date around their age when it's, they do when, okay, let me rephrase that. They do date around their age in high school, because obviously you can't date somebody who's actually an adult, because that's illegal. But, once they hit the early 20s, they still go after the older men, and the older men go after the younger women. Women hitting 30 and hitting the wall and other eggs, getting out of their basket, it is true. Obviously there's going to be some women that, can still have kids by the time they're 35. A women have a much shorter shelf life when it comes down to it, before they're not useless, but their purpose does kind of run out when it comes to the natural biological procreation. And so therefore, men should be able to take advantage of the time and actually build something, whatever their craft may be, whatever interests them, versus women need to just settle down and not be whores.
Amalgamyte 2025. Settle down and don't be a whore.
Exactly.
And again, that is absolutely a big part of this too, but it is once again that disconnect. So the feminine mind is you date for love. You date for feelings, emotions, etc. Whereas in reality, that hasn't ever really been the case. The attraction is a combination of many, many factors. Obviously, there is things like immediate infatuation, where you fall in love with a person, or at least so I've been told. But that's the thing, presumably, or just drugs. There is attraction via establishment, as in, being able to be a provider or being beautiful, and so on. And these matter to varying degrees to the genders, but when everything is focused on the feminine perspective, well, you kind of define success not by what you achieve, but the woman you attract, right? Because all of this comes down to how to get a woman, in essence. And if you base society around that, then you've kind of come into this position where inevitably the measure of a man's success is a woman.
More or less, yes. It sounds harsh, but when the biological need to procreate is so ingrained within human society as a whole, and one man can impregnate 10 women, but only one woman can be impregnated by one man. In order to get that woman and actually prolong his existence, he needs to be able to get women in the first place. It just sucks that they're trying to impose this on a 13-year-old boy when he honestly shouldn't be getting laid at all, but when he's 13.
Yeah. My brain is doing the fuzzy thing now, where I've arrived at a point that I haven't thought about before, and I'm now trying to hammer out that point on the fly, which usually doesn't work out very well.
Well, I guess while you do that real quick, when I said that women do not date older men is illegal, I meant in high school. There's going to be some 16-year-old girl that probably would try to date a 20-year-old, but at the same time, is it really worth the risk? No. But would one also once let's say the cut off at 18, then they definitely start dating older, for sure.
Yep. And again, the reverse around to adolescence is simply that Jamie should have had a figure in his life that he could approach and talk to about being rejected, in essence. Like, no, calm down. It's just a girl. You don't need to worry about it. It's not the end of your life. There'll be many others, many fish in the sea, mime, etc. Because, yeah, that's... Him being 13 is a core part of this, and not knowing what masculinity is and having had nobody to teach him. And his father as well, seemingly having no real clue about what masculinity is either. And not having... I don't know, how do you explain that to a kid, I guess, in the modern day, is one of the big questions. How do you learn about masculinity? Do you learn masculinity from your father, who has probably already been raised in a feminized society? You certainly aren't going to learn it from the government. I guess that's where the Andrew Tate thing comes in. Fucking ridiculous nonsense. Where you shout to learn what is masculinity. Well, getting women, apparently. Okay, well, as a 13-year-old then, to be successful and masculine, that's what you gotta do. There are a lot of societal problems surrounding this, and most of them can be trailed back to the feminization of society. Though some can also definitely be traced back to the changing goals of masculinity in a modern world. But then again, we also then immediately run up against the question of what even is masculinity in the current world. It's a complex question that adolescents did not tackle very well, or intend to tackle at all, truly. Masculinity is learned through hardship, says chat. You know what? There might very well be a point in that, yes.
As they bring back the mind, the children yearn for them. They'll learn through hard work, discipline, some black lung, you know.
That's true. That's true. The children yearn for the minds. The minds will do very well for the children. And then instead try to teach them, I guess, more about how the dating works, and that women don't necessarily care what you look like. Hey, a male dating app should just be your bank account number.
It's just like... it's hard to teach, you know, modern day, you know, youth on what masculinity is, especially since, you know, they've been neutered for decades at this point. So it's like the modern day adult hardly knows how to be masculine without, like, you know, being masculine is being an abuser, being this, being that. You don't want to be masculine because that's how you get beat when you're married. There needs to be a way that we can reshape it, because at this point it's not going to be good for, you know, the adults of the future. It's like I fucking know that the American military is going to fucking collapse by the time the, like, older military members retire or die.
Chat agrees. Mines should be worked by minors. It's in the name. I agree too. The future won't have adults. Actually, that's a good thing too. Will the future even have adults? Like, if we raise a generation of kids whose only existence has been TikTok videos and fucking iPads, what's going to come out the other end? I mean, we've already kind of seen a beginning of that with academia, right? Of people who are students until they're like 40 and then exit college or university or whatever the fuck with 13 PhDs in gender studies and runs into real life like, what am I supposed to do? Government, I need you to pay for me to be alive.
But this is the horrifying thing. It's like, these children are going to be adults. They are going to be the future government workers, and they won't have any idea on what to do because their superiors don't know what the fuck they're doing. governments across the world, besides some Asian countries, if, you know, the youth don't off themselves first because of the very strenuous education systems that they have, it's just going to be a total collapse of society. Or Islam, one of the two.
I, for one, am...
Probably both, really.
I, for one, welcome our Islamic overlords.
Well, I don't.
It's just because you're going to be oppressed. It's not my problem.
Well, I want to be oppressed.
You're going to be covered up and beat.
Okay, now we're... Okay,
oh, wait, hold on. No, that's what she wants. Never mind.
Exactly.
And she wants to live underneath the robes. She doesn't want to be seen. See, why do you have a problem with Islam if that's what you want?
Good point. Good point. You're making a valid argument for it. I just don't exactly like, you know, the kamikaze and the bombs and the terrorism and the murder and all of the stuff. You know, the cars just randomly going in the street just on their own accord.
Well, yeah, that's what the men do, and sometimes they send the children to do that. The women just stay indoors.
The women do the same too. They use actually the advantage of the fact that they are dressed from head to toe in robes that kind of hide the bombs strapped to their vests. So, you ever let that not happen?
I like the visual of tiny Lum Lum going, "If you want to be beat, what is your problem with Islam?" Oh, dead-eyed stare. But yeah, like that kind of just sums it up, really. Men view women differently and women view men differently. I mean, we have plenty of real-life examples of that as well. J.D. Vance with a giant kid's face is now Amalgamyte's crush.
Well, okay, so like minus the meme that for that, like it's because I do see him as a more masculine man. He is quite firm, strong in his word, actually fulfills his word. The thing is, like, he's obviously a little bit chubby. Like, even in this meme edit, right? Even this meme edit, is he like super attractive in it because how chubby he is? Not really. But like he still, in my eyes, is attractive because he has all the traits that I do like in a man. With it, he's a leader. He protects and provides, especially if you see how he acts with his family. Like he does seem like a good man. Now, granted, he's a politician, so I do need to reel in how much trust I have in him, because you never should trust any politician ever. But he has a lot of actual traits to just actually just put his foot down and carry the conversation and get shit done. And I want a man that can actually just get shit done. And I can stay in the house, I can be in the kitchen, I can cook, I can clean, I can be a little, you know, plum slut, and everything will be perfectly fine. And that's like at least what I want with it.
Man, I just want to have a nice home and have kids. You just want to be a cum slut. Yeah. Man, I see where our priorities differ. I want to procreate. You just want to be filled with the batter. I see.
But then that way it gets me pregnant. That way, the more I get filled, the higher chance that it is.
I'm Mexican. I could probably just be stared at by my boyfriend, and I'm pregnant.
Jesus.
Hey, Mexican genes, I can pump out kids if I want, but I want a house first. I already have one child. I need a little more financial security before I have another.
Oh, same. I refuse to have a child outside of wedlock. I'm like, nope. I need confirmation. I'm not gonna be a single mother. No way in hell.
I don't know. I think if the goal is to raise strong children, then raising them in your demon-infested house should be a pretty good way to do it, honestly. Well, there you go. If you want a girlfriend, all you need to do is threaten the United Nations. Pretty easy.
God, it's so hot.
There you go.
That was super hot. But anyways, But another point that I do feel like is missed in the whole masculinity topic a lot, is not just like the lack of a father figure and a strong man, but also what the government and corporations are doing to subvert. But not only just the messaging with everything, but just the amount of shit that's in, at least especially America, the food in our water. Like, fluoride is bad for you. You should not be ingesting it so much. The city water does not treat it very well, as they should. The microplastics get talked about a lot, and and the found microplastics in guys' balls. That's obviously going to have to do some damage, right? Like if you the laundry list of ingredients and just the amount of box food and just even just regular like ramen and other crap. Like there's so much additives and chemicals and processing. Even like the pesticides that are used for just regular vegetables. There's so much crap in our food, the water, the everyday things that we use. And we don't know what that does in the long term. We really don't. And you can just even look at like people, guys my age, and especially younger. You see how twinkified they become. They're skinnier, if they're frailer, they look more feminine across the board. They act more dainty. Like there is still so this is just this. They actually biologically look this way. Like if you go back 100 years ago, granted they were harder times, and of course, and hard times make strong men. But the actual labor and everything, and just like they look. If you look at a guy who's 15 100 years ago, looks like nothing like a 15-year-old these days. They look like little babies. And then you have to ask yourself, why? Why are men in the past couple generations look so feminized and so weak? There has to be some sort of issue there. Now, I don't know how. I might have said this in the last ArchCast. I can't remember that. I have a terrible memory. But I don't know how exactly true this is. But I have heard, like for example, birth control, especially with a pill, but just any hormonal birth control, anything with especially the estrogen in it, doesn't actually get properly filtered in the water systems when women pee, and so therefore, like that gets slowly seeped in. And so that means there's extra estrogen in the water that people drink, which then leads into issues. Well, the men don't need that much estrogen, slowly microdosing them over time. And even women, like starting the periods even earlier, like 9 years old, women start the periods and developing breasts. Like there's so much crap that's and everything now that it's hard. It's like it's you can't just be like we need better father figures and stronger men when biologically in the womb and throughout their developmental ages that men are being destroyed by the crap that's just in their system from what they touch and what they eat.
America sounds like a fucking hellhole. There's microplastic in the balls and there's female urine in the water.
Yeah, I mean, when Alex Jones was saying that they're turning the freaking frogs gay, he wasn't actually wrong. That's the thing. Like, he wasn't being Alex Jones and hyperbolic, yes, but like he technically is correct that everything. I can't list every single thing, but the dumping and the water filtration system does whatever those chemicals are do weaken men. And just look at them. Look at Harry Sisson. And just the rest of like the Democrat boys. Even like when I was in high school, I noticed with the younger guys below me. And when I went to work at Walmart, I was looking at the kids who are just like 5 years or less younger than I am. I'm just looking at them. I'm just like, you guys all look like twinks. Like a twink here and there is fine. But why do they all look like frail, weak babies? You're like 16, 17, 18 years old. You should be leading the charge in the war if this was 100 plus years ago. And you look like you're gonna keel over from being shoved. Like, why are so many feminized men? And then you have obviously how many of them are being trimmed out too. But like even just regular boys.
But Amalgamyte, Lum.
Huh?
I thought both of you were into twinks.
I'm not into twinks.
I like watching larger men beating twinks.
There you go. I don't know where to go from there.
Sorry, I kind of went on a ramble.
Microplastic in the balls.
I just remembered there's a mangaka that I think Amalgamyte would really like because she likes drawing and writing about women getting brutalized and manslaughtered. I'll have to send her over.
Yes. Ooh, I would love to check that out. Thank you.
In the end, don't worry. If you're not popular yet, you will be eventually if you get enough money. Okay? It's simple. That's the lesson, the takeaway from today's ArchCast.
No, if it's a takeaway, I completely turned you out.
Never mind. It doesn't work that way, apparently.
But honestly, like, I mean, I do agree. Like, how much a woman should talk about men's issues is definitely debatable. But I obviously I do know my own audience. I do know your audience, Arch. Like, I don't know all the ages, but I guess a little glimmer of hope for all the men out there. Don't give up. Really, it's bad. It's bleak. The dating thing is absolutely terrible. But at the same time, like, just don't give up, because if you win, then the globalists win. Sorry, if you give up, then the globalists win. And don't.
I was about to say,
George Soros do that.
I was about to say, what are you trying to do to them? If you win, the globalists win, everybody. So just kill. I'm just kidding.
Just kill yourself already. Anyways,
clip it, guys.
And I don't know, like, the thing that bothers me about, like, okay, I don't know, maybe because I just hate women so much too, but the whole, like, 6-pack, 6 foot, 6 figures, it's just absolute bullshit too. Like, there's definitely a lot of women out there that exist, but my god, if you just have a personality, you don't need that, especially since, like, women don't even really know height. Either they say they do, but they don't. They just go based off of whatever the man says. So if a 5'9" man says he's 6 foot, and she's not gonna trust it. Like, there's no actual way they're gonna, like, verify that crap. Like, you just need to be, like, women do like taller men, but you don't need to be fucking 6 foot. Like, that's I don't know. Maybe I'm just projecting myself because I'm so short that, like, I don't care because everybody's taller than I am. But it's just like, that's, I don't know. You don't need that crap. Like, and you shouldn't be going for women that actually demand that crap either, because then they're just vain bitches. But that's me just rambling about how much I fucking hate women.
Oh, here you go, Amalgamyte. Just put the mangaka in live link. Don't open it on Stream Arch. You will get demonetized.
I just found a way better representation of female romance anyways.
I mean, that's definitely correct. I wish.
You two want to get kicked in the vagina?
I can't get it to properly do it in the article window. It annoys me. There we go. That is exactly the evolution of female romance right there.
I could actually kind of explain that too if you want me to. I'm not sure how much you want me rambling.
Oh, yes, sure. Explain to me why you went from the elven prince to a lizardman slamming you against the wall. Elucidate.
Okay, so this is where the meme of woman most effective definitely comes in. So, like, it's no secret that women want strong masculine men. That's been, like, the main topic for today, right? Or they like seeing men just brutalize other men because it shows strength and power. So that already right there comes from a default biological sense, because it shows that they can protect the woman, and protecting and providing is the absolute main thing that women do want. Even if they're girl boss feminist bitches, ignore that, just fuck her and make sure you control the crazy and she'll calm down, hopefully. Just separate her from her feminist friends. With it. But one of, like, especially when it comes to at least the modern day, because there is such a lack of men that are actually masculine, that are actual strong and powerful, that actually know what to do, like in the bedroom and outside of it, and how to actually control. Then it leads to more of the monster and and that sort of fetish lines, because they can't actually find that desire in real life. They have to turn to a fantasy. And from that fantasy, it just grows and grows and grows until it turns into some sort of weird beast man atrocity that's not even that attractive. But if anything, that even proves the point that we were saying earlier about attractiveness doesn't even matter. Because, like, it's still just having somebody just be so strong to overtake you and do what they want with you, and also be able to slaughter, you know, hundreds of people, whatever the case is, some very crazy fantasy that's not even realistic in the modern age it's not possible anymore with how feminized and weakened men have become. And so that's why it just turns from one more and more extreme. Like, and that's where we get to where we are now. I know, like, and maybe once again this is just projection, but this is from what I've done. Like, when I was younger, it wasn't even really that bad. But then as I've gotten older and I've gotten more desperate, it has turned into that, because I just want something to just... Okay, there's way too many watching for me to really say what I want to say. But, like, still, like, it's just...
No, keep going. This sounds profitable.
I could sum this picture up. Total knife ear death. Go for the hot lizard man. There you go. There's a tilde.
And that was Amalgamyte making the pro-Islam argument yet again.
But they're brown, and I'm not a race trader.
Oh, there you go, chat. If everything else fails, put on a lizard man costume and rape somebody?
Rape is always the answer.
And this, incidentally, is why I know that I could fix Emma Watson. I will die on this fucking hill. I don't care that she's feminist. I don't care that she's literally, actually, observably insane. Could fix.
Arch,
what?
That would require you to go outside first. And we all know how much you hate stepping outside of your door for more than 20 minutes at a time.
I leave the house when there's pressing reasons.
Getting more pastries?
That too.
Okay.
Listen, Arch's primary problem isn't that he hasn't dated enough. In fact, I am the perfect example of this. I am a 4.
Too much?
I am a 4 at best, like 4.5 on a good day, okay? But I have a pretty large bank account. However, every woman I've run into has been a fucking insane, crazy person, which is attractive at first, and maybe I'm partially to fault on this, I admit. However, I do not take all the blame.
Arch, you just need to find a sane woman that won't drain your bank account.
That actually likes you.
Amalgamyte? Where do you live so I can send people to kill you? It's very necessary.
In the US.
It's broad, but I can probably get it done. It's bad enough the first time, but to repeat it, damn.
Well, I mean, they need to not like just you for just your bank account. Like, they need to actually not be in one. Okay, there's no such thing as a sane woman, but there's just different flavors and how extreme you go for. And the more extreme you go for, the less likely that it's going to work out. So you need to find a different flavor, a less extreme flavor, mellowed down flavor, and one that actually likes you.
Needs to find a woman that'll listen to him ramble about Skaven.
But I like it when there's always the observable danger of possibly being stabbed.
Arch.
Ah.
When you find another girlfriend and you are, like, you know, in danger enough to you might get stabbed while you're asleep, give me your AdSense information first, so then I can at least change it to my account for when you get killed.
I've never been in danger of being stabbed whilst I'm asleep. Only when I'm awake.
Yet.
Again, AdSense account.
Not that I've known of either. I have woken up on more than one occasion of them staring weirdly at me and wondering if I'm in danger, but there's never been a knife involved, so I'm fine.
Did you say something, or is it just her being mentally ill?
Mostly just the mentally ill part. That, and I've perfected my own way of breaking up with women. Instead of breaking up with them, I just start treating them really poorly. It works.
It usually turns them on.
It has happened that it has actually made it worse, but that was it was an error of my youth self, where I was like, I don't want to hurt this girl because she's really sweet. But she also has a picture of me in a heart frame by her bed after we've been dating for 2 weeks. It's time to leave quickly. And so I made the logical decision the best way to get her away from me was to simply be really mean to her. That didn't work.
I mean, it's just called changing your locks and not answering her text messages. Don't answer the door.
Yeah,
and
but then she started calling my
on your
mother.
property. Well, this is why you don't give your girlfriend contact information to your parents.
Yeah, that was my mistake. That was my mistake. But again, I was young and foolish.
You know how I said that there's always time and you have time to, like, you know, figure things out? Well, saying that Arch is like twice my age and he's a lost cause because he can't learn his lesson, maybe I'm just saying, maybe you don't. If you're going to act like him, because he's definitely a lost cause.
God damn it. No gratitude. No gratitude.
Of course not, you're Norwegian.
It's not our fault that you're Danish.
At least she got the nationality right.
Well, I'm trying to put down the Danes in you at the same time.
Such meanness. No acceptance.
I mean, I deal with you on a day-to-day basis.
Speaking of dealing with, we should move on to the Superchats. Let's see. Eric Just. Question, Lum, why use a spoon to cut out his heart? Why not a blade or an axe? Also, how much to see Lum and Arch to dance the caramel dansen? No amount of money. It's a Robin Hood reference. Lum wouldn't know that. Lum isn't cultivated enough to recognize these things. Gwimbus, you're welcome for all the Lum heart, Lumi. I'm glad you're appreciating my artistry. We are very much so appreciating it.
I like the other very nice AI art that you conjure. I've been really enjoying that. I haven't been enjoying the stuff you've been sending to Arch, though.
Mikey, I hear that Lum's going to voice a Harlequin character. She did indeed, and it was quite enjoyable for everyone involved. Krieger, get it right, Arch. They called desert queens. Scorn. Amalgamyte is a desert queen. I feel like that's her putting on airs at that point, but very well. If that is her preferred pronouns, I suppose we'll use them.
No. I tuned out for 1 second. What the fuck am I supposed to be? What?
Too late.
No,
Wolfsbane.
no, I'm not brown.
Ladies, the officers need the barrack bunnies. This too is true. Vulture 1066 has been a member for 22 months. Thank you very much, sir. When girls must serve in the army, we are fucked. Possibly. Depends on who we're fighting. Loyal jokester, I was in the army. That's just what women look like without their makeup. Yeah, women do have an unfair advantage with all the paint they're accustomed to slathering themselves with. Nightmare. If society demands masculinity and sacrifice from men while offering nothing but hatred and scorn in return, society can get bent. That is kind of what's happening right now. Mark Shane moved to Lynn Hood, Washington, to get away from Seattle. Now it's a hot spot of burning Teslas and anti-Elon protests. I make bad life decisions. That you do.
Oh, Linwood, Washington. I see.
Paul Tikovny's been in for 3 months. No Canadian. Sag. We have one One dev supporter who's upset. It's unfortunate. Sindus ArchCast. To discuss masculinity, Art invited 2 women. Art is certified Norwegian. No backstabby leaf snake, so you're forgiven. I know. I realized later on when Deb was like, yeah, I can't make it this week. It's like, women.
I mean, we could have also brought, like, V. We could have, I don't know, get Rage and Golden Eagle as well.
Why didn't
we got
you
plenty
remind me of that before then, Lum? I would have done that.
Oh my! You know what? Next time I will just think a couple steps ahead. But you gotta let me know when Dev's not gonna be here so that I can suggest these things. Arch.
Well, I figured the title of the stream, No Dev Edition, would be a giveaway.
Well, I didn't see it until, like, when I woke up today.
Excuses.
I mean, do you want me to give V right now? See if he's still conscious?
Abdications of responsibility.
Shut up, Arch. Keep reading.
Also, should V be our avatar of masculinity? I mean, in part he should, but his voice.
He's married with a kid, so, I mean, the squeaky voice is a bit much, and he might be Romanian, but he's at least married with a kid, so I gotta give him that credit.
That's true. But it's Romania. They still get their women by hitting them over the head with a truncheon down there.
Well, then look at, see, that's Amalgamyte approved.
That's true.
Exactly.
Marked ashamed. Another thing activists been calling 911 to tax the emergency services. Didn't know why sirens were going off every 5 minutes yesterday. Well, we all need hobbies, I guess. Psycho High Star says, say the line, Lumi.
Well, which line? What line?
Seeing as you're involved, I'm presuming it has to do with feet.
Disgusting. No. You ignorant slut.
You ignorant slut. Yeah, that was a good one. We should... See, the old one has got a pretty good, like, delivery, but it could be a slightly more, I don't know, dismissive.
I mean, what's nice about that was that he caught it in the moment. It wasn't, like, pre-recorded or anything. That is what I think has, like, the best audio clips. And they're just taken in the moment.
I know, but you're a voice actor now, so...
Do that.
Trevor Noah, would you play the Shadow of Mordor War series and Alien Isolation? If you bribe me enough. Tends to be my standard answer to most of this.
I for one, am looking forward to watching you play Alien Isolation for more than 2 streams, Arch.
I'll beat it in like an hour. It's just a horror game.
You're funny.
I hope you choke on toes.
Oh, it's gonna be a beautiful stream, isn't it?
Maranga 2, hello lads, currently on the whole day in Japan. I tried horse meat for the first time. It's really good. It is. We should eat more horses. Honestly, I'm more worried about Scorn than I am Alien, because Scorn is like the body horror shit, and I'm really squeamish around that. I think that will upset me.
I love body horror.
Of course you do. Mega Lag, let's start with the spicy take. Katie had it coming. I mean, she wasn't entirely blameless. I'm just staring at your profile picture now, Mal, because I know you said something. And I'm waiting for you to start digging this hole that I know you're about to.
I just said kind of. I didn't say she did. I just said kind of. If she wasn't such a bitch, then maybe she wouldn't have died.
There you go. Draken Arch Fish Darsector 098 is here to play. Finally, you little shits. But that means we're very close to 1.0. Maybe we should wait. Christos gifts an ArchCast membership. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Zero Firewater, I wasn't going to spend this much, but he's the band dev fund, which he should have been since he hasn't put out the videos. He's a liar. Oh, he's just fat and lazy. One of the many problems with dev. Baron von Stargard, impressive production values aside, Adolescence is a metatextual lie, made more pernicious by its technical quality and popularity. It's sickening unless you view it as in a white room without any context. Well, that is exactly why I think it's so interesting to bring up, because it's a beautiful piece of propaganda, and a very effective one as well. Tim France, hail the bridge god and the taco fish. My small contribution for no dev. Thank you. Volta 1066, hearts out to the families. The engineering crew. Yes, definitely. Sanguine, UK bans ninja swords. In others unrelated news, Saber sales skyrocket. I hope so, and broadswords. 0.216. Speaking of dying, did you see the dashcam video of the sinkhole in Korea that killed the motorcyclist? I didn't.
Yes.
But I'm a normal human being, and I'm not a lum. God damn it. Why?
I seen it come across my page. Did you see the earthquake that happened in Bangkok?
No. My page does not contain any natural disasters.
Yeah, it knocked over an entire fucking skyscraper.
Bangkok. Now there's a challenging name. Sandoom, almost drowned myself in a stream at 3 years old. Why would you try to drown yourself in a stream? And either a turn of teacher.
That young.
Teach nuns, teach kids. Well, we need to teach them about monsters. That's what we need to do. Why shouldn't you go into the forest? Well, because that's where Nukken lives. And she'll eat you. Simple. Although in this day and age, I suppose there's going to be a lot of young people just to be edgy going like, yes, I'd like to be eaten by a monster girl. We need to make monsters scary again. Tick tick boom. Are you talking about that race-swapped killer kid Netflix show? It's also tiresome. If we were the psychos they say we are, none of them would still be around. By the way, rake the leaves. I mean, that's true. If white men were as bad as the progressive seems to think they are, I think the world would look very different. Christos, only men should educate children. That is correct. Women have no place in education or any institutions of higher learnings. This is correct.
Agreed.
I mean, unless it's a home ec class.
Nah, men are better chefs too. The only argument against teaching women to cook is that why would you leave something as important as cooking to a woman? Santu, keep that kid actor away from Hollywood producers. That could be good, yes. Sindus, Adolescence is HIV ranting about how AIDS is destroying society. Kind of. I would argue that it's AIDS arguing about how AIDS is destroying society. Which is kind of what HIV is, actually, now that I think about it. I seem to have maneuvered myself into a position here, but luckily neither of my co-hosts were quick enough to point that out, so.
I just letting you walk into the hole.
Have I pointed out today how you're a really bad person, Mel?
Maybe, but the thing is, I know I'm a bitch. So, nothing you can do about it.
I gotta be careful, he knows where I live.
That is true.
Why did you give him his jazz dress?
Because he got something for me and I bought something for him.
Yeah, it was pretty cheap.
Sweet.
All I had to do was buy her a cloak, and now I can punish her at any time I choose.
I got him a rarity figure.
That's also true.
He fell for the trap, I'm sorry.
Hey, I like my cloak. My cloak feels nice.
Okay, fair point. P.O. box.
Would you like a cloak, Mal?
That sounded very threatening.
Considering what we've talked about today, I figured you would prefer that delivery. You're not physically here, so I can't cupboard on you to hammer home the point, but...
Maybe.
There we go. That's the female mindset right there. On the 1 second, why'd you give him your address for a cloak? That's ridiculous. He's dangerous. And the next, I kind of want a cloak.
So that's why women should be unleashed and chained to the kitchen.
That too is true. I have been asked to buy a cage for a woman now after having met Honey. So, that's where we're going. Christos, I'm a Brit. They have been doing anti-white programming for years, and now we have anti-white laws. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is Britain. This has been going on for 10, 20 fucking years in England. Trevor Noah, did you ever see the sci-fi movie Outlander with Jimmy Caviezel that is loosely inspired by Beowulf and set during the Viking era? Cheesy, but good. I think so. It rings... It rings some sort of a bell, but all I think of when I hear Outland now is that female fetish parody. That is on like season 12 or something now. Vitaly Klemenchuk, good day to everybody. Glad to see Amalgamyte once again with no dev to ruin the vibe. The No Dev Fund has been working out very well today, but 841 likes. We're still 160 likes away from banishing Dev to the Shadow Realm. Weak, chat. Weak. Christos, the UK can't ban cousin marriage because of cultural reasons. Islam, of course. And I am buying a katana tomorrow. You should, because, you know, they banned ninja swords. Ninja swords are significantly shorter than katanas. You can make that argument to your local police officer. I'm sure he'll understand. I kind of want to go get my katana now, but I can't show it off because I don't have a camera up. Fuck.
I mean, you could just take a picture of it and then post it on screen.
Yeah, but that'd be complicated. The ultimate state of man is to brag about his weapons. What's that?
Nothing.
No. You said something uncalculated, didn't you?
Probably. But I will be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Remember to bring your microphone like you promised.
No! Shut the fuck up, Arch!
I have the evidence you promised, Lum Lum.
It was a joke!
I don't care. Right, okay.
Just have a string going on in the background. Be her piss.
Okay, first and foremost, I have the evidence. Here you are, chat. We're not making this up. And now to find a YouTube video of trickling water.
Well, I mean, it's been a few hours, so it might not be. It might be stronger than trickling water.
That's true. It might just be a gushing fucking waterfall. Oh god.
Piercing the toilet.
Just waves being created in the toilet bowl. Just oh, it's terrible. Let's see. There we go. There we are.
This sounds like ocean waves.
It's a waterfall.
Or a waterfall?
Yep.
Not strong enough. It's a little too gentle.
Not strong enough? It's not reflective of Lum Lum peeing? Okay, I'll find something. Let's see. Strong enough for you?
Yeah, that sounds closer, yep.
There you go. Yep. Just gushing forth. I'll have to mute it a little bit. There you go.
I can barely hear it, but okay.
I'll play it again when Lum Lum returns to hammer home the joke. Until then, it's too distracting. Okay, people sleep with noises in their headphones. I cannot. Mm-hmm. I like to have it on before I sleep, but I can't sleep with noises in my head. It makes me think.
Oh, I have a fan that goes on every time I sleep, so it's white noise.
Yeah, but that's just like, that's just not like an environmental noise. That's different.
Yeah. That's basically what waterfalls are. Like when I was a kid, I used to have a radio that was also an alarm, but I also had like 6 preset like nature sounds as well for like a white noise in the background. And then one was like a waterfall, and the other one was like a river. Then it was like crickets, and then there's like other stuff in the background too that I could have chosen. I always had like the waterfall one on too.
Zerfiorta, of course, the disgusting Canadian celebrates an inferior blood connection culture and language with the surrender monkeys. They do. Playstone, head pats for lack of dev. You said in Jan, no dev until response video is finished. Are you going to stick by that now or betray them like the leftists criticize? If when dev does respond videos, I'll watch them, but seen too much for charity. Curry. I let Dev back on because he's going through a really hard time now with his editor Dave's girlfriend, wife, I don't know. Basically had a stroke and everything, so I'm like, okay, Dev. I'm not gonna hold you out in the cold now. It's too much. I have a heart. I am a gentle soul. That's my problem. I am too gentle of a soul. I am not aggressive enough.
You heard it, chat. He got hugged.
And then Amalgamyte sounded like she had her head in a bowl of water.
What? No. I said that congratulations, chat. Arch got cucked.
I don't think that's the technical definition of that word. Guilt-tripped would be more accurate, if anything.
Cucked.
See, this is the problem with the young people today. They keep redefining language. It's the problem.
Cucked.
Jesse Jinx, how goes the day, Arch? I have come to torture you. Chat, throw money into the pot for curry. Curry fund. It is now at $2,304. But I think, what is it? Once this month is out, there's only 4 months left, so you better pick up that pace. Otherwise, Arch will not need to eat the curry, which Arch is hopeful for. So if I were to guess, 1, this is intentional. 2, the reason why this is happening is because the Western people aren't having kids, so they import them to try to raise the birth rate. Well, not even the birth rate, it's to try and raise the GDP so we can pay for the old boomers who haven't saved any money for their retirement. I dislike all old people that aren't directly blood-related to me. Sandoom says Arch is a gentle soul and kind, unlike 40k betrayers. That is correct. I am a sensitive soul. Kirithos, Weimar conditions, Arch. Fuck, honestly, I think we've gone beyond Weimar. I think Weimar would look at a lot of the things we've done and thought that we've come further, quote-unquote, than any other society in history. Alan Rumley, carrying weapons in public was banned, but this ninja sword ban is for private ownership in the home. You can't even collect them? I mean, I suppose. Of course, you'd bring it to your home first before you bring it out to stab people, but I would be upset.
Why is this on the screen?
Oh, there you are. Because we were pairing it with this sound.
Why are you the way you are?
I think the more pressing question right now, Lum, is why do you piss like a waterfall? Like, holy shit, how have you been holding it in?
I don't!
Woman, let it out more often. Good God.
Oh my fucking God.
Like, if you feel the recoil from urinating, you've been waiting too long. It's not good for you. You'll damage your bladder.
Fuck.
I've already peed twice this stream, so, I mean, come on. Up those numbers.
And I feel immediately compelled to point out that you've never excused yourself to leave, which means... Mal, please go wash yourself. God, help me. Don't just pee yourself on stream. It's okay. the parasocial relation between us of awe and wonder is not so strong that you can't be like, Arch, I'm gonna have to go pee now. It's okay, Mal. You're allowed.
Arch,
Because
it's
I
okay.
didn't want to interrupt.
I know, but
Arch,
that's
it's
no
okay.
reason not to pee yourself.
She has depends. It's okay.
It's like, holy shit,
She
Mal.
has to use them a little earlier in life than intended, but whatever works.
Mal is sitting there, clenching her thighs together, like, I don't want to interrupt an Arch when he's speaking. He's too important to me. Pees herself. Mal, this is not healthy behavior. Cease.
It was like the next room over, so I just quietly mute myself, walk away while you guys were yapping, and now it's done and over with. It's simple.
Yeah, I think I like my narrative better.
I don't.
Welcome to the club.
Blaze Stone. Sure, make all the immigrants join the military and allow them to pray in the middle of a battlefield. Boom goes the mortar and sniper. Problem solved. You know, unironically, yes, having some sort of system where you basically force them into military service for a period upon entering the country might not be a bad idea, so long as you hammer in the country's culture along with the military service. Which we used to do until that was somehow, disruptive, I guess. Trevor Noah, this and my last donation to Alien Isolation, $7. Thank you very much. Good. You should always summarize. Summarize, chat. Otherwise, I will ignore you with extreme prejudice. I guess I can close the waterfall now. There you go. Nitriku. Funny story, you can be arrested for a bread knife that is unable to stab, but not for a fire axe in the trunk of your car, even after it's been acknowledged by the cops. Story from Star Citizen Con. I wouldn't be surprised, because the problem is, there is a good reason to carry a knife with you. There are many good reasons for carrying a knife with you, or an axe for that reason, especially in your car. In fact, in most medical kits, there's going to be at least like a nice little scissor, which you could definitely stab someone with, etc. The problem is that we don't have a charitable society anymore, and so any weapon must be viewed as a threat, no matter how ridiculous it is. Mock to Shamed, you should watch Inside GW by Flashgits. I have ordered Tori to start preparing a thumbnail for Space Kings. We'll get there eventually. Psycho Slicer, Arch, have you out Amal to the boomer yet?
No.
No, she's been paying the
No.
Giza.
I can't wish my dues are going to be coming here soon in like a week or two.
So to Firewater, if we don't get rid of welfare and women's rights, we go bankrupt. Everything collapses and women lose their rights anyway. Part 3. Oh, I think I missed something. The problem is women's rights, full stop. I'm talking about all of them, because they're the majority of voters, and you can't get rid of welfare, which is making Western countries bankrupt. Remember the Great Reset, and how brutally authoritarians everyone is. That's because they still are trying to make everyone slaves before everything collapses. Slaves to their conscience, at the very least. But again, the problem isn't women voting, it's voting in general. Landed voting is what we need. Landed and wealth-based voting. I want my vote to be worth significantly more than any woman's, because I've got more money. There you are. There's the solution. Solon Lich. Commies attacking masculinity as toxic and dangerous for decades now, desperately in need of masculine native men, able and willing to fight Russia in the name of the globo homo. Yes. I do find it amusing how Britain too now is trying to raise an army. It's like, oh hey, would you fight for Britain? Oh god, there was an article where they showed this twinky little kid with curly hair, like, would you fight for Britain? Like, if he would, you're fucked. Let me see if I can find it. Lum, you know the one I'm talking about.
Which one?
Little twinkie British kid. Like, would you fight for Britain or England?
Mm.
God damn it, can't find it now. Only one in 10 young Brits would fight for their country? I mean, why the fuck would they?
I mean, there's absolutely no reason to at this point. I mean, okay, I should say absolutely no reason. Because, like, I do want Britain to survive. The actual ethnic, true, cultural Britain to survive. But at the same time, when you have somebody like Keir Starmer at the helm, or the Conservatives, or even Nigel Farage, the traitor that he is, like, basically the globalists at helm, what is there to fight for when all they're going to do is keep on importing more replacements for you? When it comes to, especially for a war like Ukraine, which is just a useless war. And it's just really frustrating. I'm not even British.
Go to the front line, young white man. Don't worry. We'll import more black men to entertain your women while you're away.
Like, they don't even use the actual, the youth that come in that are fighting age men, and unfortunately are more masculine than their own people in a lot of ways. And those would be good cannon fodder. Like, I would accept the importation of the the foreigners just to be sent to the lines. That sounds like a 2-in-1 issue that can be solved right there. But no, they actually have to increase the replacement by trying to sacrifice even more white men off to there. So,
Camilla's vagina donates $100. Thank you very much, Kamala. I wish you would have been president.
But you want the hyena porn?
Yes, exactly. I knew you wouldn't understand.
God damn it.
Not even a second. Amalgamyte. Like, normally, okay, I've been doing this thing now where I leave like 5 seconds of silence so that Amalgamyte can get over her awe of me and be allowed to speak. It's the sign for the woman to be allowed to talk. 5 seconds of consecutive silence. I didn't need to do that there. That was immediately. Like, you mean the hyena porn? Yes. Yes. That's not even the good one. Where's the good one? Amalgamyte, find the good one for me.
I don't know where that's at. I don't have follow not safe for work pages on my Twitter account. So I don't want them popping up if I accidentally show Twitter and live on stream. Let me go check out Reddit. They probably have it somewhere.
God damn it. God damn it. Anyways.
Are you just looking for it? Or
I was trying to find it, but I can't find it on the fly. Kamal's vagina says, "Hey Arch, to the No Dev Fund." Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And the Summer Viking for €50. You all heard him after Scone. Let's find another body horror game. And I don't know for sure, but I imagine that's probably going to be the ones that trigger me the most. Atmospheric horror gets to me. Whenever I'm chasing monsters or shooting shit, I ain't scared. I ain't fucking scared at all. Give me a gun, I'll be fine. But don't give me a gun, and I'll be upset.
Oh, I know the perfect game. It's definitely atmospheric horror. Look up a game called Dreamcore.
No.
What?
No.
What do you mean, no?
No.
It's good.
I'm not going to go out of my way to scare myself. What the fuck's wrong with you?
It's a simple little game.
Wow.
Pure atmosphere. You don't fight anything.
Yeah, sounds bad. Don't want it.
Oh, stop, baby.
Most the next anyone. A guy in the UK got arrested for reporting a firearm in his backyard and tries to turn it in. He was charged and given 4-year jail plus probation after. Yeah, no, actually, that is the thing. If you find an illegal firearm, unironically, don't turn it in. This is one of those ridiculous laws. It's the same with like child pornography. If you find it, you don't report it. Why? Because possession, as in having seen it, as in having seen a picture on your computer screen, on Twitter or whatever, you are now in possession of it. The same with possession of a firearm is a crime. It's one of the most retarded sets of laws ever, which is why they have frequent, like, gun amnesties where you can deliver firearm without being charged. Because in many countries, possession alone is a crime, regardless of whether or not it's yours or how you got a hold of it. Now, normally, that should then be fixed in court afterwards, where you explain to the judge, like, dude, this is fucking retarded. I found it on the ground. But letter of the law, possession is enough. Deadpool Kid, but Arch, you forget to mention the most dangerous weapon of all, the dreadful spork. Stabby, stabby. Again, I could kill a flight attendant with the spork. I'd have to be motivated, but I think I could do it. James, based Amal. Yes?
I also did add the other hyena art that was passed around more often.
Yeah, I still want the good one. I want the one with the giant tits, the big jugs.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, the other one. There's a better one.
I don't know. I don't actually look up fucking hyena porn for. Oh, never mind. I think I found it. Hold on.
Yeah, I figured. The lady doth protesteth too much.
Is that a little bit better?
That's a bit better, yeah. Actually, that's even a variant I've never seen before.
I don't know. I just Googled it.
Yep.
I mean, there's a VR model of her, but it looks ugly as fuck.
I found this one. Fucking hell. Give me a sec. There you go.
Yep, there you go. And again, this is the thing. I don't actually go looking around this stuff. Oh, never mind. I found it.
I actually legitimately just Googled it to see if I could find it. Something for you.
Sure, you reached into your folder, didn't you? You can't trick me with this. I know.
I don't have a folder. I use Reddit.
And the thing is too, oh God. Reddit doesn't give you links. When you find an image on Reddit and you link it, it's a Reddit link, but that's a .jpeg. Done. Done!
Copy image!
Done. Well, we're learning things today, aren't we?
I'm only a mild furry, okay?
I'll go back to Emma Watson for a bit, I think. President Irina Vladimirovna Putina, white people need to realize two things. One, we're the only race that has empathy for others. That is unironically correct, yes. And by white, I mean Europe and America and the Western world. We are genuinely the only ones who seem to view things like this. And two, the pen might be mightier than the sword, but sometimes it gets to the point where you really just need to use the sword. Because, the penis is more powerful than the pen again. And being outbred in your own nation is no longer a fiction or a feminine fantasy. Place known, masculinity needs a resurgence, and women need to be consistently BTFO'd until men have developed immunity to toxic femininity. Men will think with reason and rationale with emotion. Women think with emotion and rationalize with logic. This and the last three for the Curry Fund. We shall add that to the Curry Fund. State of Iowa, all they need is digital ID, gun control, and central bank digital currency, so they'll know where you're going to shut off your money and be at their mercy. This was in the Rand paper. It was in a plan. Yes, there was plans to make digital currency, which is a terrible idea. Marksman 117. Arch, are you going to review the trailer for the new Studio Ghibli film trailer, Spirited Oy Vey? My cousin worked hard to get the roles for that film. It's in your Discord DM. Lum, are you going to watch this masterpiece? I have seen it. It is funny. But YouTube is a dangerous place these days.
I have not seen it.
Pakelda 2, Arch, if you do another extended lore series, a Warhammer Fantasy one would be awesome. That's how I found your channel back when Vermintide 1 released Curry plus Alien Isolation. I will be doing that. I really want to do a Warhammer Fantasy lore series now. I've got the urges for it. Tenek, you want to be a vassal state? You plead and beg America. I mean, rather a vassal state of America than the European Union. Blaystone, have a co-worker who came from jolly old England, and we were talking about knife crime over there. His opinion was that it was mostly a class issue, not a race ethnic one. I disagree. Thoughts, Curry? Well, it kind of is a class issue in that the immigrants tend to be from the lower classes, but that's not seeing the forest for all the trees right there. Oh, it's a class issue that all of these Nigerians are stabbing people. Oh, I see. So they're partially correct, but mostly obfuscation. Ian Brune, Arch, why do you have so many feminists on your stream? They think the only way they can have a trad life is without choice. Textbook feminism. I seriously need to get a stream where it's just dudes again. Like, the estrogen content on the ArchCast has gone up too much recently. It's beginning to affect me.
You're the one that invited me.
I know.
Okay,
That's
so
what
it's
the
still
Stanford
your
Bridge
fault.
Cast is for.
It's a terrible mistake. I see now.
I
stop
told you
being-
that.
Women, stop speaking over each other.
No, fuck you.
See, this is the problem right here. If the success of man is to be surrounded by woman, then you arrive at that position and you're like, God, I hate women.
Just stop being a baby.
Oh, it's not true. Lum Lum is a good grill. I appreciate Lum Lum. He's a good boy.
Shut the fuck up, Arch.
God, I was trying to be nice.
I'm not a boy. Fuck you.
I attempted, chat. I made peaceful overtures. What happened? Nothing.
Don't call me a boy.
You don't negotiate with terrorists.
That's true. This is how it happens. I donated.
And
what
all
was
women
it?
are terrorists.
I donated $20,000 to Huni in her mind. And what did she do? She yelled at me.
European funny money makes no sense to PayPal. Oh, they put the fucking comma in the wrong spot.
Yep.
It made her too happy. And she's like, then I had to explain to her, no, honey, this is $20. She was yapping at me in DMs when it happened because she was panicking. And I'm like, no, this is European, honey. This is $20. She's like, oh, okay.
And
I
then
love
there's the
honey.
classic
It's fair.
femininity. It's like, but now I'm expecting 20,000. Like, goddamn women. Christos, malicious altruism is a real thing. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, malicious altruism is basically the entire point of the left. It is to be like, oh, hey, you should be a better human being. You should be a good person. How do you do that? By giving me things. You know, I wish I'd thought of that when I was a child. Mother, I would like candies, please. You haven't deserved any. Mother, you're a terrible human being if you don't give me candy now. I don't think it would have worked. I don't think it would have worked at all. In fact, I think I would have had something thrown after me at that point, but I should have made the effort.
I would hope she would beat your ass if you did something like that.
No, my mother is a kind woman. Like me, I am a kind person too. Look at me.
About to
Born
say
and
you're a
raised by
kind woman?
kind people. Lum Lum. We will have none of your gender-bent fantasies here.
I mean, I've been sent a woman arch art by you. Lolly arch is real. Cat arch is also very real.
They are, but most of the female art is not mine. It's just Megalore. Christos gifts a 1 ArchCast membership. Thank you much, sir. Dark Resurrect, in the name of the Emperor, seize this heresy. Ah, the baby catapult. It made parts of chat very happy, and it made parts of chat very upset. Vangarath, Arch, we call you our Lord and Savior, but do you have to be so Old Testamental? Yes. JJ Sickman, Disco's animation made me take out my... I want to use this word more often, but I'm nervous around it. But we need to bring back niggardly for greedy, YouTube. Greedy. We need to bring back niggardly. We need to bring it back. It's a good word. I love it. I even got chastised by Sargon for this once. Like, Arch, I think it's funny. I know what you're doing, but please, we're on YouTube. Like, I am sorry, Sargaruni. I wish you weren't so niggardly with your humor.
Not 2014 anymore, Arch. I know, it's big sad.
And drop a note. The animation has served its purpose. And Lucian just donates $10 too, just speechless at the animation, like, yes, this is worth money. Have it. Mercenaries21, bring back the baby catapult. Fart too much fresh hell. Deadpool Kid, another regular German citizen, raping his mother. I mean, hey, Amalgamyte is like, once a woman is past 30, she's basically worthless. This man was...
She is.
This man was just giving his mother a last, thing. No? Wait, does that mean that Chris Chan was doing his mom a favor?
Making her feel useful again.
That's pretty spicy. So to Firewater, there is a ton of estrogen in tap water, by the way. You're better off buying bottled water and drinking it in metal contained, since plastic, when heated or boiled, release estrogen. It's how trannies made Troon shine. Is there any part of my day-to-day life that doesn't contain female?
When you're sitting alone in your room editing.
That's true, but even then, it's usually videos about Harlequin stuff at this point.
Oh, I thought you were going to say ASMR. Oh, yeah, that works too.
That's good. Yes, that one too. There are women in my earpieces whispering at me. ASMR is the one thing that men can't do better than women. There you go. The one thing.
Fair.
I just need to
And then
read
if anything,
chat.
but it's
You
like,
want me to try
honestly,
some ASMR?
if a man is listening to another man whisper into his ear, that's also just kind of gay.
It's not kind of gay. It's really gay.
Yeah.
It could be like
Amalgamyte will do ASMR
for like
if you
women
pay
though.
her. Yeah, she will.
I will. Yeah. I'm a simple whore. And I'm well aware of an e-thought. You might as well. Just I'll take the money and I'll do it.
Christos, there is no out of this stuff in the UK. There is no escape. The drums in the dark. Jack the Outcast, hail ArchChrist, our Lord and Savior, Kick Dev, Breed Kib, and Feet for Lumi. Been a while since my last dono, been busy being unemployed. Went back to work earlier this month. Godspeed. Well, I am glad to hear it.
Good job. Hope you have a good work shift and everything goes smoothly.
Yes. You can listen to the noises of Lumi peeing to relax you as we recorded on this video.
I'm going to stab you in the face.
Why in the face? It's a bit cruel.
I was gonna say he likes it though.
Actually, Lumi, if you're gonna stab me anywhere, forehead, please. Amalgamyte complained that my scar wasn't big enough to be attractive, so if you could, do me a favor.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure your thick fucking skull would probably bend the blade anyway.
Unironically, yes, depending on the angle. Most nice anyone. Stop, bad Arch, bad. Stop inbred fetish. Get zippers for Arch's back end. What? Zipper? What? Deadpool Kid gives a whole new meaning of kiss your mum. I bet Fraud would have loved to have sit down with this fine fella. I think he would, actually, yes. I think Fraud would have a lot to say about modern society. Call sign tourist. Much love from Kazakhstan. I hate a certain Canadian so much it's unreal. By the way, Arch, if you are looking for a good 90s show, watch Babylon 5. It's the best written on the 90s sci-fi shows. I have been told that. Much ashamed. Jeff Dunham, new short called Don't Call Walter Racist.
I need to watch his new stuff.
Christos, I mean, there's no voting out of this. I'm not sure. There is a surge of right-wing parties across Europe. I'm not giving up hope just yet, even though it is a bit dark.
Shout out to the Homeland Party for Britain. Since Reforms decided to kill itself thanks to Farage.
Oh, don't worry. We'll just have to prop up Sargon as a candidate at some point. It's fine.
Well, UKIP. I know he's learned his lesson, but UKIP.
Yeah, no, UKIP was terrible. He literally just needs to start his own thing. Sargon. What are your party going to be called? It's called the Anti-Liberal Party. Why are you all wearing black? Well, you fucking know why. Will you condemn the countless acts of violence done in your name? Menefrego.
Oh god, I wouldn't even rape them.
To be fair, it would look absolutely fantastic.
It would.
I am joking, chat. Sargon has not gone that far right. I'm just saying it would be funny.
Sadly.
In but 1 year, the anti-liberal front has smashed all records, 98% of the vote.
God, that would be beautiful, but Sargon would never do that.
Households across Britain are now expected to hang pictures of their new leader, Carl Benjamin, prominently in their living rooms.
Oh, you can probably get Harry and Callum to do it, though. I can see that happening.
Yeah. Prominent political critics asks, has Sargon gone too far? He himself says, not yet.
Give him another 5 to 10 years.
Christos, sanguine et solum. John McKenna, this conversation amuses me because around here, a bog is an outdoor drop pit toilet. Which reminds me, Curry Fund. We used to have this. I have shat on multiple times on an outdoor toilet. It's kind of depressing. I don't like it. It's not good. Lum, have you ever needed to shit on an outdoor toilet?
No.
Spoiled Mexican brat.
I refuse to use porta potties and other non regular toilets.
Amalgamyte, have you ever defecated outdoors?
Unfortunately, well, in a porta potty, yeah. It's very unfortunate, very unpleasant. Not 0 out of 10 would not recommend.
This is the thing. This is the feminization of society. I have not only defecated outside, I've wiped my ass with birch bark like a real man.
I was gonna say,
I think I'm not a real man.
Alex Anderson, I have successfully managed to get the Lotus Eaters lads to review Sharp. Now, Arch, explain to the women how good that show is. They must watch. Sharp is very good. It's got that dude who dies.
Wow, that narrows it down.
I'm blanking on his name right now. Even I can see his picture in my head. I can even see his name, and yet I can't read it.
What else does he play in?
Civilization 5 or 6?
Sean Bean.
Sean Bean, I think. Sean Bean?
That's a chat.
Sean Bean. Yes, Sean Bean. He's in it. A young, handsome-looking Sean Bean. That should be enough for any of you, right? He's killing French people.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is, but sure.
It's a pretty damn good show. Fairly accurate, too, relatively speaking. Sir Florida Man, hey March, how goes the development of your new game? Given the rather rapid generation of Warhammer, I'm pretty desperate for something better. Forgive bad grammar and spelling, I am drunk. Well, we're probably going to have one of our game systems out by the next year, we're thinking. We might even have the big one out next year. We'll see. But it turns out making an entire tabletop game from scratch is really, really fucking hard. It takes a lot of time and effort, as it turns out. I wish it wasn't so. Megalag, I got an EMF reading from this stream. I fucking know. Okay. Adam and Matt Damon's haunting Amalgamyte. We need to, like, record those noises and play them backward, because they're probably going to be, like, I don't know, demonic incantations. Like the names of children who had been sacrificed to Beelzebub in her house. Something. It was not normal.
I went through a very brief, like, 2-3 month phase of like LaVeyan Satanism back when I was like 12 years old, which is not like actual real Satanism. I never got into actually sacrificing anything or any animals or anything like that. No special swords and knives and daggers and none of those lines. There's nothing here. Everything's fine and dandy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Your microphone says different.
I honestly want to know what you guys heard. I wonder if somebody can timestamp when the whole noises happen. I want to hear it because I don't know what you guys actually heard.
God. 11:21, like an hour and a half ago? Yeah, no, we need those timestamps, chat. That was fucking weird. Tanushi, V doesn't steal like a gypso. He sells you bias remorse at a reasonable price. Wow. Pretty good, actually. Zero Firewater. Also, girls develop breasts and mature earlier. It's because of the lack of fathers. The estrogen doesn't help, but it's an evolutionary response. Since men died in war, girls matured early to not die. That is true. Blaystone. Gentle souls get taken advantage of if there's no lines drawn to keep others behaving. How long are you going to let dev delay response videos? Not to be an asshole, but if the video I've seen with proof are accurate by dev's standard, forget where I left off, then by dev's own standard, he's ontologically evil. I don't think dev is evil, just has his head stuck so far up his ass, the world is seen with a brown tinge. Curry for both chats. Should be 6 USD. Thank you. Well, I'm hoping that dev's response videos will be good. I've been riding him for those. I won't hear a word out of either one of you. I realize what I said. I don't need you to point it out. Although now the mental image of myself riding Dev across the countryside flashes through my...
Shut up!
But he's got a little cowboy head on his head.
Shut the fuck up! And if anything, you'd be the one with the cowboy hat on. Now move on!
Well, I'm wearing one too, but...
Shut up!
What flavor of lube do you use?
Shut the fuck up.
Well, not that kind of riding. Like the actual, like, on top of Dev, sitting on him as he chase him across the plains of Canada.
So, on top of Dev, right on him.
Yeah.
You do, like, L6.
Arch knows.
I realize how this sounds, but I mean as in mounted. You know?
Mounted,
that doesn't help either, Arch.
Listen.
So, apparently Dev's a pillow princess.
We're not all so obsessed with the perverted jokes here. Some of us are more refined, like myself, you know?
I mean, you can ride them around the Canadian mountains. You know, I have group camping with each other. You know, I do stop and do some riding, then go around the mountains and find a new place to put your campsite and continue on. Like...
The Canadian mountains. Like, you know, that works, because I now had a mental image of using Dev as a bobsled.
You know, we all know that Arch would be the pillow princess in any situation, man or woman.
I am not the pillow princess. He would make his partner do all the work. Now, according to me, in my entire Discord, you're quite the pillow princess. Listen, I am, if anything, the exact opposite. I discovered at one point during my early formative years that I have a fetish for dead lace. Okay? It was the weirdest moment in my entire life when she was just lying there, and I was like, wow, I like this. Let's get to work.
That's normal.
Is that normal?
Yes.
But I have never met anyone who shared this preference.
Because you can just, it's okay. Damn it. Goes back to what I've been saying this whole entire time.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, exactly. Chat says that is not normal. Exactly. That is not normal. Not normal. Amalgamyte, bad.
What? No, it's I mean, okay, listen. Obviously, some life is obviously fine, right? You want to hear the moans too, but like ideally, you can just do whatever you want with her.
Well, no. The point is to mind break. This is how I also realized that the best way to prevent a bed from getting fucking soaked is sheepskin. Quality sheepskin.
Are we doing sheepskin talk again?
Yep.
Okay.
How did you? Do I want to know, Lumi? Do I want to know how he found out about this?
He'll explain it anyway, no matter how much I say stop.
Okay.
The key word is gushing.
I highly doubt you have that much skill, but sure.
Let him be happy of himself, and like let him be happy with himself for about 5 minutes.
I will be happy with myself. Plus, you women vastly overestimate how difficult you are.
I mean, I'm not commenting on anything.
See?
I'm aware I'm a pillow princess, so that's what it is.
In Moon. Mooney? 2 O's. It's not the Fed screwing with your audio this time? From Bezuzutamai. Yeah, no, that's... Well, it could be listening devices, I guess.
Ignorant slut.
I mean...
Yeah, that's my local Fed. I have an actual legitimate Fed in chat, and he's actually showed me some government stuff before, and I'm like, okay, you're gonna lose your job, but okay, thanks for the info. So, yeah. It's highly more likely than you think.
She knew Lauren liked arts as a preference for starfish. Listen, that just makes it challenging and interesting, okay? As I've always said, how do you know when she's ready? It's when it feels like your hand is feeding a horse.
What the fuck? What the actual fuck is that, Art? Oh my god.
Wisdom.
I hate that.
But it's true.
It makes a lot of sense.
It's true. I'm just telling you the truth. So, John, women don't have equal rights. They have privileges afforded to them by men. Data point, Afghanistan. Star sector, Vindaloo Curry. Schedule 1. All these things and tomorrow are true. Bug 5654, Devilish Tax, Lum learning the ways of the ArchCast at Amal's expense is good content. Curry. It is good content. See? And the entirety of chat is agreeing with me right now.
About the horse thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Someone said, does that mean Rima is always ready?
Possibly, yes. Okay, again, chat. You fed a horse. Like, when you feed a horse an apple, that experience, that is exactly what you're looking for. Sir Florida Man, forgot to mention in my last play schedule 1. Maybe. I'll see if I can tear away an artist to look at it. But by the time I'll do that, it won't be popular anymore. Gabriel Nartea, Danegeld for no dev. Also, Wartails when? Soon, probably, because actually I have a screenshot. Thumbnail for that. Benjamin, chat voted for Sisters Lumplum. Next Warhammer Wooden's Day should be dedicated to that. Then the one thereafter for Ratraz with Man-Thing Arch. Yes.
Well, I already wrangled Arch into next Wednesday, so after that we'll be doing Sisters of Battle, Sisters of Silence.
Well, we can just do it the other way around then. I'll be on next week instead.
Next week?
Yeah, because then I can do the thing with Hooney this week.
Okay. Well, then I will switch around thumbnails.
Yeah, you must give the chat what you promised them. If you promised them wood elves, you must give them wood elves.
Well, at first, Skaven was winning the poll for quite some time, and then the Sisters Enjoyers just like pushed that up like towards the end of stream. That's why I messaged you, because they were winning by quite a bit. You ignorant slut.
I hate it when Lum's notifications come up just perfectly like that. It's like, that's why I messaged you, you ignorant slut. Sometimes my own dono alerts harm me.
You're yourself in confusion.
Blue Sky, no dev. Also, hi Amal. Some gamer words are here. You're brown?
Yes, I love my
God.
favorite gamer words. I'm not brown. They're my favorite gamer words because I can actually say their names instead of the other words I like to say from time to time.
Pakilda 2, Lumi, why did the army abandon nuclear field artillery?
Trick or treat. Show your feet. Because they said that's a problem for future me and left.
Lum?
Huh?
Do you recognize this beautiful item on screen here?
Why does that look like a lawn dart?
Because it kind of is a lawn dart, in a way.
Is that a nuclear warhead?
That it is.
Is this the one? Is this when the army figured, we can just throw these at things?
Kind of, yes.
Without a care in the world? I see.
This is the Davy Crockett. It is a nuclear recoilless rifle. It was issued in West Germany to some German units, not to Americans. The reason why it was issued to German units was because there was no way you were getting out of the blast radius after you'd fired it. The literal instructions was quite simply that once the device had been fired, preferably from a jeep, as they were mounted ideally on jeeps, the crew would simply drive as fast as humanly possible in the opposite direction, and maybe they'd live. I like this weapon. I like this weapon a lot. I also liked when they initially, they gave it a distant detonator. It's like, oh yes, this'll help. 30 feet of copper cable should be more than enough to protect me from a nuclear detonation 30 meters away. The D3 Titan, Arch, you should watch the series of Japanese commercials called Long Long Man. It involves your favorite fetish, NTR. You make a good
Long
case,
Long
sir.
Man, a classic.
Pakelda 2, wait, Amalgamyte is scared of getting some psychos asking her out over the internet, but also seems to want a psycho. The duality of women. Women want what they don't want. It's the problem.
Oh, okay. It's the issue of he will never do that to me though.
Okay, Amalgamyte, it's starting to sound like you want a Wattpad fanfiction. I was kidnapped by One Direction. And levels of shit.
No, not that bad. No. But I was raised on Tumblr.
Nerdy Texan accountant, Arch, the Trump of the furries. I'm in Cold Wars. Matrix 07012 Dev Return Fund. Oh boy, we're donor warring. Lion Fan, here's some cash to keep the Canadian away. And hi, Amal. Good to catch you on a good ArchCast.
Heresy's the question.
Mergler, Dev Bad. A lack of empathy. Arch, I don't like Dev because of his attitude. He's become insufferable. I was a guardsman at the Capitol after January 6th. They wanted us to take M240s for crowd control. Have so many short tales about that week. Screw Dev and the Democrats. John Smith. So Lumi likes feet. Arch likes soft hands. Dev likes diapers. What does Dev 2.0 like? And this to the Touch My Hand Fund. It's $15 now. Who's Dev 2.0 now? Is it Dev 2.0?
Dry bread.
Dry bread? What does he like? Pokemon.
He likes wrestling.
Yeah, Pokemon mostly. It's Pokemon. Car Forever has been a member for 15 months. As the Hillary campaign stated, men killed in war, women most affected. True. That fucking statement probably cost her the election, I swear to God. That was so fucking bad.
Yeah.
So, Florida Man, I first started watching your videos when Warhammer Total War 1 was promised. I followed Dev during the rise, the state fruit of Florida. Man came to power the first go. Rake the leaves. No Canadians. So if I were to also, your land-based and wealth-based voting is retarded because there isn't anything stopping foreign countries or corporations just buying up the land, starting feudalism. Well, obviously, you're going to have to live in the country to be able to own land in my system. We're not going to give land to foreigners. What's fucking wrong with you? Hostnator, I wish we hadn't made the vaccine for COVID-19. We should have let it burn like a roaring fire, cleansing the land of those old people and the very sick who are to drain on our society. You know, mean, but I see the point, kind of. This is Conrad Yuri. Arch, I have seen what a GP25 or a Browning Light 50 can do when someone's hand when they malfunction. Lum, do you want finger fries?
Trick or treat. Finger fries?
Yeah, finger fries.
What do you mean finger fries?
Oh, maybe he just asks if you want fries.
I would like some regular fries, yes. I do not want fried fingers, but I will eat ladyfinger cookies.
Lady fingers. Chat is 1 like away from 1,000 likes. Banishing Dev into the void. As a fighter, that's also what the you'll own nothing and be happy part of the Great Reset is about. The correct answer is taxpayer voting system, and veterans vote for the president. And there, 1,000 likes! Dev disappears into the void, screaming.
I think this is the first stream that I've seen, like, 1K likes while we're still live.
It happens on Stamford Bridge fairly regularly, but that's because, you know, it's just me, Sargon, men, no women.
Shut up.
You know what?
You also have more... Shut up. You also have more, like, in-depth, intellectual conversations with chat. You don't really get that over here. You just kind of get, women yapping, degeneracy, not very informed conversations about military weapons and strategy. All you get from me is confused noises, and chat is like, aha, we love this.
There we are, chat. That's a 1,000 likes reward. It's Lum on Arch's head and Amalgamyte on Lum's head.
I like that the ball just sits perfectly between Catfish Lum's ears. It's like a little holder.
Yeah, a little holder.
It's very cute. I like it.
Now, Lum, when you feel your head growing warm and moist...
Oh, no!
Remember, you still need to potty train, Amalgamyte.
It's not my job.
Well, it is now, unless you want to be peed on.
Well, I mean, she's a fish, right? She's supposed to be in a little, like, bowl, filled with water. I'm just helping refill the water bowl. So she can swim freely.
Oh, God, no. Why did you have to? Now there's Yuri art in my head of Amalgamyte peeing on Lum. It's like, refreshing rain. Lum, calm. Stop. Cease.
Oh my fucking God.
Oh, it's not good. It's not good. Amalgamyte standing on Lum's face, toes in mouth, whilst peeing. Oi. We shall move on from this topic.
Yes, please.
Christos, all immigrants should be conscripted into the Israel and Gaza conflict. On Gaza's side. That would be funny. Next swordsman, never mind the event Adolescence was based on involved a 23-year-old adult immigrant man instead of a 13-year-old boy. This is all nonsense. Yes, it is. The alternator, Lilith is proof that those who benefit the most from Western civilization will be the first to squander its strength. Curry fund. Curry fund. Sir Florida Man, I'd also want more Shadows or Forbidden Gods videos.
Ignorance a lot.
I do like that game. Maybe. Scrooge McDuck, look up the Family Guy clip. Men, we know how to be friends. Male friendship in a nutshell. It's easy to be friends with a man. You just, you talk to him. And if you like the same things, you'll have fun. That's it. All you need. Meanwhile, female friendship involves toes and peeing and stuff. Ugh. Marksman of 117. Arch, since you showed the British military trailer, I DM'd you another recruitment trailer, but made by the Russians. And also use faith. There's a feminine respect religion. Then there's masculine, we are launching a crusade. Show real man's propaganda. Oh yes, I mean, there is a distinct difference between, like, the Russian propaganda and the Western one. The Russian one tends to be a fair bit more strident for obvious reasons. Oh yeah, this one. I remember this one. Now, granted, the Russians aren't doing particularly well in their crusade at the moment, so that somewhat undermines the point here, but it's a nice little trailer. I see what they're going for there, definitely. I like that out of the PPK. He's getting mortared and he's just firing off into no man's land like, ah! That's a mental break, more so than an actual functional tactic, but still. Ah, the faithful sniper. That's a good meme. I like that. Ah, that motherfucker's gonna yeet himself. Okay, that's a bit... Oh, no, thank God. Okay.
You're just letting it cook.
Yeah, I was worried there's like, oh, he's gonna go all in. If I was assigned to a T-80, I'd be fucking praying too. Jesus Christ, those things blow up a lot. I wouldn't even need faith. I'd be like, no. I'd pray to everything. I'd just have like a series of holy icons. I'd have Hyena Hamala. I'd have her, one for pray to her. I'd have Trump next to it, like, please Trump, protect me. I'm in a TA fucking 80. I'd have God, Allah, Buddha, every domination, Lutheranism. I just go by it every few minutes. It's the only way. It's the only way. Zerfirewater. Also, when is the Paratrauma boyfriend stream? Remember to include the moose in the thumbnail. No, can't have any moose in the thumbnail. That'll be terrible. But we are planning Paratrauma. It's just that Rim is in Japan for like 3 weeks now, so after that. Yahango, kick dev permanently. Play Warframe. It's free. Don't want to. Pete, a stream without dev's constant whataboutism, like fresh air after rain. Okay, bud, says, glad you survived. ... Was that about Amalgamyte's demonic possession again? Might have been. Fiberglass ribcage, going to get my street magician's license so I can stand out and pick up some hot chicks. Cheers to a great stream. Thank you, sir. And you can also amuse people at Bonnie Blue's gangbang. She had a magician.
I think you were the one that sent me the photo of a dude that said he was going to propose to Bonnie fucking Blue.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Ugh. Disgusting.
All other men might have her holes, but at least I have her heart.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer the exact opposite myself, but that's just me.
Yeah. Oh, and also, I'm sure you guys have seen this across Twitter. Did you see the announcement about the live action Legend of Zelda movie?
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fuck.
I mean, there's
And you
been
wanna know-
rumors about that for ages, so.
Yes, but now we have a confirmed date. They're going to release it.
Ooh.
And apparently it's supposed to be a trilogy too.
Oh, even better.
And you want to know who they want? Like who people want to play Zelda?
Hunter Schafer.
Yep, some dude named Hunter Schafer.
Schaffer, whatever his name is. Some fucking tranny. I could rant about this because I'm actually a huge fucking Zelda fan. But like I never even wanted The Legend of Zelda to even get a movie. Like I'm perfectly fine just sticking with the games. There's never ever been like a good actual adaptation of a game into a movie, in my opinion. I will say they did a good job with the Sonic movie, especially after they listened to the fans and how terrible the animation was originally, and they've done a good job with that. So there is a little bit of hope there. But The Legend of Zelda should not be in any way, shape, or form live action at all. There's too much magic, there's too much style, there's too much love that actually goes into that franchise with each individual game. A live action slop, because that's basically what it is today. Everything has to be live action these days. It just ruins it all. Like I'm hoping Nintendo can actually has a say in it, or I mean they probably will, but like a legitimate say and give a good direction. And if it is like the Sonic movies, then there is going to be a little bit of hope for that, like I said. But man, after seeing the filth that's been coming out for the past 10 years, I swear to God, if they put that tranny in as Zelda, I'm gonna lose my shit. If they race swap anybody, I'm gonna lose my shit. If they dare doing any DIESG intersectional woke commie nonsense, I'll list off all the buzzwords because I don't give a fuck. If they dare do any of that to my Legend of Zelda, I will be screaming off the rooftops and I will be doing some totally legal activities in response to it. I'm really passionate about The Legend of Zelda, and they're fucking trying to do a live action of that shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be a mess. Arch, are you still conscious, or are you munching on a pastry? Trick or treat, can I smell your feet? Arch? Arch?
Is he just dead in a ditch?
I think he went to either go get food, go pee, or he's dead. Arch!
I fetched a snack. It seemed like Amalgamyte was
Ha!
triggered.
I knew it! I knew it! He went to go get food!
I was hoping for the latter, though.
What, pissing?
No, the other one. But you don't want to hear a woman yapping, even though that's what you brought me on for some reason for to do?
He takes advantage of the long-winded yapping to just walk away, so then he can do something else.
I mean, to be fair, that's what I did earlier to go pee, not actually in my seat, thank you very much, but still, at least I can listen to it with my headphones.
Blazestone, 1K likes has been made, Vashley. And the question is, will it be a man or a mouse? No more dev allowed, by own promise, at minimum until response video. As that's fair, gentle soul has been rewarded. Now for spine of steel towards dev. Curry fund. Spine of steel. Steer. There is steer in your dev. There's steel in your dev.
Oh, don't be mean. Arch is not the same as Hassan. Don't be mean.
Bakelva. 2. Arch, maybe you can answer that since Lum doesn't know the answer. What was the range of the Iowa-class battleship 16-inch gun? And what does its Mark 23 round do? Last 4 for Curry and aliens. 16 is the Iowa? God help me. What? 40 kilometers? Probably. Something along that lines. Let's see. Was I right? Iowa. 16-inch caliber gun. Length, barrel, maximum fire range. Yeah, pretty much. And the Mark 23. What is it? Nuclear? Or is it one of the dumbass beehive shells? It's probably nuclear, isn't it? Prairie nuclear. Although the Japanese had a bee shell hive, which they tried to shoot down aircraft with using the Yamato. Didn't work. Dean Domino 25. A definition I liked is that a masculine way of thinking is how you affect the world around you. Feminine is how the world affects you. Yeah, it's not terrible. Nexus 906. They are finding the most microplastic in our brains now. Damn. Would I like microplastic in my brains or balls? Which one's worse?
Apparently you're getting both regardless, so sorry.
Well, shit. Martin Sander Eskelson, looking at modern day society, I'm very happy my parents grew up in the 60s and 70s, and I grew up out in the country around truckers, farmers, and blue-collar workers. Some of us got it good. Eskelson 88, Arch, check out your Discord DMs. I never check my DMs during stream. Everybody knows this. It basically doesn't happen. Emo Otaku, how about stretch goals for curry? The more over target, the hotter the curry. I mean, I don't think your little shits are even going to reach it. The hotter the curry.
I don't know, Arch. How many months into this are we?
See, I don't even know what kind of curry exists. So, I don't know if there's hot curry in Norway. Probably the hottest curry in Norway is like a mile than any other nation.
Do you need me to ship you some curry packets that you can make at home? I'll send it with the rarity figurine.
Last time you sent me food, I was shitting on the toilet for fucking days.
I have never sent you food.
Yeah, there's a good headcanon. Christos sends a pair doing exercise. Thank you, sir. Trevor Noah, Amal likes redo of Healer, doesn't she? Alien Isolation. I think she would, yes.
I mean, that's basic bitch hentai.
It's true.
Just like Rants. Rants is also basic bitch hentai.
I actually haven't seen Redo of Healer. I've been meaning to watch it because it does sound up my alley, but I just haven't got around to it.
Christos, Amal doesn't believe in hate crimes. Amal.
No.
How dare you?
Listen, I hate a lot, but there's not a crime to hate anybody, especially. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that.
Blaze Stone, 176 upvotes. Do not see Dev and make 1k. Curry. Tick tick boom. Oh, my sweet summer child. Treating women badly is how you keep them. I've realized that now. The Olsnetter, women, sane. I too wish Dev was here. At least he would be a sane woman. Blastibot, no Dev, have some money. Carrot instead of stick. Good, Carrot. Yahaigal, what the fuck do you mean when Dev isn't on? He shouldn't come back at all. Well, until response videos. He must answer for his crimes against humanity. Psycho Star, won't say it, then notification, then the notification will again. Lum notifications, smelling feet. Mr. Spencer, hey Arch, how's the New Vegas fund going? New Vegas. Let's see, it's just over halfway there now with 260 out of the 500. So it's doing pretty well. The Alternator scored is super boring, really poor game. Well, I hope not. Well, I kind of do hope so, actually. Most61, what is wrong with everyone? Upvote already. And God Arch, first doors, now water sports. No bounds. Professor Dover, Lum gonna pull a DSP. Oh.
No.
Jack of Empathy. Dev is bad because he's insufferable. I missed the chat about Dems wanting 240s at the capital. Shadow Liang Yang. Arch Cuddy Fund. Oh, and why is the idea of a furry death squad so funny? Because people walking around with jack boots and furry costumes with AKs would be at least funny looking. Gula 82. I have no compassion for the Kumi Leaf. Keep him away. He'll ban him. Find better friends, Bart. Also, there are no black people or wolves on Fenris. Find better friends. I don't know. All I've found so far is Amalgamyte, and I don't know. Is that a better class of friend?
We're friends?
See?
This is news to me. I didn't realize we were friends, but okay.
Careful now. I still have that tweet about you. That DM about you admitting of worshipping me, basically.
No, that's not true. Fake news.
Hold on. Let me find it.
No. Oh, Jesus Christ. Kill myself.
Jesus Christ, kill myself? No, he must kill you at least.
Oh, whichever one takes me out of my misery.
Our favorite show will be back soon. The Boys season 5 is halfway done with filming.
Oh joy, how jolly. I'm sure it will be wonderful. Jackie Frost, she's a creature of the ocean. Of course it sounds like a waterfall. That's what it sounds like, yeah, when she pees. Sandoom, it's time for the return of Glasgow razor gangs. I mean, I'm sure they have been using razors. Cavalontia, if you can fight back, it's not a horror game. That's kind of true, survival horror at first. Krieger, then you should play Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth, or the 2019 one, Scorn.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Scorn is almost halfway there as well. Dim, I use the stick sometimes when Dev is on and spouts nonsense because he's not here to have a carrot. Also, Witcher stretch goal active? If so, add. It is indeed. I shall add it for the DLC playthrough. There we go. The life sentence. The smart, niggardly merchant rubbed his hand together in anticipation of the usury he would receive. I can't start using that word. I'll keep using it. Most next anyone says, I am your friend, Arch. Thank you. Black 917, how far along is the Monster Prom Fund? Let's see. Monster Prom is now at 395 out of 500, so it's doing quite well. Nolly, Art, is the T-80 supposed to belch flame on startup? Well, kind of, but it's not a sign of a well-treated engine. There we go, I found it. Mal might be acting a little tough, but she's very sweet deep down. Very obedient.
You should get that as a sticker in your server.
No. No.
She's very nice on occasion, even if she kind of looked like this after saying it.
That's an understatement.
Martin Sandal Eskelson, this one on my previous super chat for the curry fund, or for the curry fund for the mountain monkey. There you go. I understood what it said now. There we go. Black 917, Hail Arch Christ, our Lord and Savior, Breed Kibbs, Hi Lumi, Hi Amalgamyte, and hashtag Monster Prom.
Hello.
Hello, hi.
400 for Monster Prom, so only 100 away. Spoofers, Arch, I am trying to make my own TTRPG too. I was wondering, when your first module comes out, could you do a video explaining the process for people who want to do the same thing? VTuber avatar. Are we doing that now? God damn it.
Yes, I already told you I was going to get ArchCat made.
ArchCat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uzun calls one for 100. Let's get that Monster Prom up and running. That is Monster Prom finished funding then. Monster Prom is a go. Funded, there you go. I'll get some art going for that too, and I've already got art working on now for the coffin of Andy and Renee, where Lum Lum will be able to play the role of an abusive mother. Which should fit quite
Are you having
perfectly.
Dax work on that?
I am.
Oh, very good.
Mercenary X21, less than 60 up votes for no dev. We're almost there, guys. Frog Jupiter, have you seen Base Camp with the Collins, explained by the leftist women LARP, The Handmaid's Tale, and the right-wing Breeden camps? TLDR, they're gooning. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if there was a lot of women out there who found the idea... No, unironically, this isn't even like a woman fetish, this is a left-wing fetish. The idea of being in an oppressive society is what left-wingers want. They want the fetish of being the one brave guy to stand up to oppression. That's what they want. That is what they desire. To them, Handmaiden's Tale is an isekai horror anime. Insane Linguist, French nuclear doctrine during the 1980s was turn Germany into a glowing crater. That's step one. That is correct. Allegedly to stop the Soviets. Allegedly. Black 917, the Davy Crockett was ended because Command were genuinely afraid the grunts would actually try to outrun the blast and start World War III. Monster Prom. Overflow. The best kind of overflow. Nolly, Art has the furry vote as approved by Fluff and Friends. That is correct. God damn, the endless requests of Lum Lum wanting to smell feet.
Yeah.
Nightmare, I'm your friend, Art, your curry friend. Thank you. Spoofers, you didn't answer my question, Archley. VTube avatar. What was your question? Fuck. You had a question? Shit. Oh!
Terrible Arch.
Will I talk about how I did it? Probably not, because I'm not doing it well. I'm doing it terribly. I'm just like, hey, what would be kind of cool? Well, what if we make a massive society of humans living in gooning tubes? I don't even know what my process is. I just make shit up as I go. That's my process. And I don't think it's a good process. I would not urge anyone to carry out that same process. I would urge you to come up with a process that, you know, encourages you to do things effectively. Frank Jupiter, why did the Tinder experiment end up in women simping for a pedophile and trying to date them, if personality mattered more than looks to women? It's a Gundam video. Oh, because all women are attracted to evil people. It's just how it is. Mr. Twisted Frenzy, I always chuckle at the fact that the only reason I know what the David Crockett is because of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. God, that was such a good game. A New Vegas. I've been told I need to play that when it comes out in the remastered version. We'll see. New Vegas. There it is. Sujad, Clive Revel, the guy who voiced Alfred in Batman. The animated series has passed away. Star Sector. Get one scorned. Curry Vindaloo. Batman? Clive Revel? Batman? Wasn't that the other guy? I'm confused now. But that's entirely normal. That brings Scorn to halfway there with 500 out of 1,000. Doman, Shadows of the Forbidden Lum Lum. Shadows of Feet. Tick Tick Boom. Best friends are like underwear. Women get new ones monthly while men still have the ones from college. This is true. Going for Goal 85 has been around for 25 months. Just based on the title alone, if you want to fix the masculinity crisis in the West, fix families and food. 90% of problems will go away overnight. A solid family structure is definitely a big part of it. No doubt. Sujad, the original Mortal Kombat movie is great. It's not bad. It's enjoyable for a popcorn flick. The DSV Titan, Zelda, should be played by Zelda Williams, daughter of Robin Williams, who named her after the game character. There you go. Robert Davies, Arch, I guess, could have had savoury scones with a cream sauce filled with breakfast sausage. Instead, he gets the curry fund. But I've seen your scones. They disgust me. Your gravy and biscuits are a crime against humanity. Stephen Knizak, Arch, you need to ask Kib how close he is to finishing his game comic thing. He's at roughly the same spot he was when I met him in 2016.
And also, don't forget, it's coconut now.
That's true. I misgendered him. He's coconut now. Or she's coconut now. Can't forever. We can be friends, Arch, until you guys have another meltdown over butter. Then it's back to the trenches so you can steal our oil, but not the butter. Shadow Walker, now that Sabat is done, will you put the playlist in order, please? Also, hope you'll have a good stream. Also, put this to ArchCast. But it already is in order. Probably. Real Arctide, Amalgam is an N-word tower. Appreciator, I see. She is indeed frighteningly brown.
No, I dislike slurring a lot.
And lastly, M2M, Amal's based speeches continue reinforcing my interest towards her. I am working to step up and become a good man who can support her life. Get soaked, Lumi. I'm more than a cringe parasocial stalker. And there we go. That was everything. Another fucking 4-hour stream. We shall end it with a reminder that Mal too is friend. And wrap it up there. Thank you, everyone, very much for watching. Thank you for hanging out today. Thank you for 1,000 likes and your very generous donations, as always.
You got another one. You got our super chat art.
Yeah.
It's a bit better than.
Nightmare 5. Thank you. Clive Revel was Alfred in one episode of Batman the Animated Series, but Alfred's main VS was Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. Well, there you go.
Can I sell your feet?
Another one.
Jupiter. Lightbringer Review Fund. Lightbringer. There you go. I've added that to Lightbringer as well. And we'll maybe see all of you again tomorrow. Maybe we won't. I'll see. I was thinking of doing a Lum stream, but we'll see.
Let me know if you change your mind again, Arch.
He's like a woman. He can't make decisions.
Oh yeah, that's just his natural state of being.
That's incorrect. I make decisions and enforce them upon others, which is why I can tell Lum, yeah, we'll do it this week, and then I go, no, Lum, next week. That is an act of domination against Lum.
That sounds like inconsistency. Sounds quite a weak in beta male.
Inconsistency is the hallmark of the strong. Changing your opinion whenever you desire to enforce it upon those lesser than yourself. And now, chat.
Yay.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
No,